Would have been easier in Stockholm, right?
I'm sure, but we will make it. Gianmarco, we will make
We
it.
will
It will
make it.
be as pleasant. Don't worry.
Yeah, no, just I will just welcome quickly everyone and leave you the word immediately, Emma.
Okay,
So
that's fine.
we finally made it, and sorry about these little technical issues we've been having this morning. So yes, please, Emma, go ahead and you can introduce the event.
Okay, thank you, Gianmarco, for all the organization, all your effort you make to make this event precious, as I think is going to be, even though we are very sorry that we couldn't meet in Stockholm, of course. But hopefully the event and the debate will be, nice also being here and being online. I just introduce with a few words the topic of the event and the reason why basically we decided to publish this book about decentralization in Europe in times of crisis. The recent pandemic returned to the center stage of the debate about intergovernmental relation within and across European countries. And so we noticed that on the one hand, the management of the health and the economic crisis has shown the relevance that the unitary direction, the coordination of public policies by central government, included Brussels, was necessary. And on the other hand, we also assisted to the relevance of the variation of local situation and needs and the information availability locally that called for a differentiation in the response of local government at various levels. The tensions, and in some cases, like in Italy, for example, the conflicts that emerged during the pandemic among the different levels of governments may risk to increase with the end of the pandemic, putting into discussion again the intergovernmental relation within the countries and undermining the advantages of decentralization, not only for the health sector. So the rediscovered centrality of the intergovernmental relation, which were generated by the pandemic, is therefore at the origin of this debate about centralization versus decentralization in situations of emergency. The question whether to choose decentralization versus centralization is addressed by the economist within the theoretical framework of fiscal federalism. And as probably everybody know, there are several theories of fiscal federalism which are defending and justifying on several grounds the superiority of federalism in under certain situations, under certain conditions. Mostly theories are based on the idea that decentralization increase the efficiency of the public sector, improve the quality of the policies, increase the welfare of citizens, because take into account and get more information about voters' needs and preferences, as well as because through competition allow differentiations in the policy, which take into account the specificity of the territories. And therefore, in a decentralized system, there is room for experimentation and for innovation. And those the jurisdictions, the local jurisdictions, are considered the units of governments that are more able to discover new ways to solve policy problems. At the same time, competition among jurisdictions may improve accountability through a better selection of good politicians. Overall, the choice between centralization and decentralization depends, therefore, on the trade-off between the uniformity of the policies by the central government, which seems to be relevant and rational under uncertainty, under emergency, and the lack of coordination at local level. The uncertainty which is associated with the pandemic show that, especially when the preferences are the same everywhere in the country, for example, the need to feel protected and the existence of reciprocal externalities among territories generated by the contagion, call for a uniform and coordinated response. At the same time, the local governments in several countries show a capacity to respond in a more effective way to the crisis. The book, therefore, aim to contribute to the theoretical and empirical debate about the role of decentralization under uncommon uncertainty, and try to explore new arguments in the classical liberal perspective, comparing also the experiences that come from different models of government in Europe: Austria, France, Italy, Poland, just to give some example. And from reading the book, I don't know if you already had the opportunity to read the collection of the article included into the book, but I can anticipate, and of course we can discuss that later. It emerged that in some decentralized countries, the lack of coordination and communication between the central and the local governments created some severe problems during the pandemic. At the same time, the differentiated response, as I mentioned before, by the regional governments represented in some cases a good example of experimentation. Another issue that I think it's very important, especially in the liberal perspective, is that the uniformity may weaken the role of decentralization as an institutional device to counterbalance and limit, if necessary, the power of the Leviathan. Therefore, a book like this, I think, is very important because it questions on theoretical and factual basis the advocacy of centralization, which emerged during the pandemic as the only way to face crisis in the spirit of a liberal support of decentralization principles. Now, this is the general framework, which is at the foundation of our project, our joint project. And during today, this morning and the afternoon, we are going to have several contributions of colleagues and friends that participated to the event, that contributed either to the book or in general to the debate that we are going to manage today. And we are going to start with Professor Roberto Ricciuti from the University of Verona, which is going to talk about Italy. So we start with Italy in, of course, an economic perspective, since Roberto is an economist. Please, Roberto, I give you the floor to you.
Thanks.
We don't hear well. We don't hear well.
Speak from here. Okay, thanks. So we are having some technical problems, but I think we are managing to sort them out. Okay, thanks first of all for the invitation. Okay, I will speak about Italy as Professor Galli has introduced. Well, Italy has been a paramount example of centralization over the pandemics. The government has centralized all the decisions. We went through this period in which every week the regions changed colors, red, yellow, and orange, and this was a centralized decision taken by the body that the government gave this power to decide. Of course, there was some bargaining between the CTS, the technical committee in charge of this decision, and the regions trying to avoid the harshest limitations. But in the end, I think we can safely conclude that the government had an upper hand and mostly achieved what it wanted. I'm not surprised by this. I mean, the virus doesn't know administrative boundaries, for sure, and therefore an homogeneous way to organize things seems reasonable. But the problem that I want to stress more is that when regions, in particular, had the opportunity to set some policies, to take some decisions, some regions took the worst decision they could take among all the possible decisions. And my example is related with education. In Italy, as everywhere else, of course, we had these, we moved online, clearly, especially in the first wave. Everybody moved online. So in March, April, and May 2020. Things were different in autumn 2020 and spring 2021 when there was this recognition that long distance learning was creating problems for primary school or lower levels of education, whereas at university level, probably high school level, it was a reasonable solution in most cases. Of course, there are costs, several costs, but in the end, we need to strike a balance between opposing interests, and online teaching was mostly a solution. But for the lower levels of education, this was the costs probably are higher, much higher than for the higher levels of education. So at the national level, it was decided that every effort should have been taken in order to keep schools open. This was the mantra that was repeated at all levels, every day, every time. Unfortunately, this happened in some regions. Most of the regions kept their schools open, but some other regions, some southern regions, mainly Apulia and Campania, basically kept their schools closed, resulting in a massive cost for the students. What happened here? Well, here, basically, families and teachers somehow colluded, and they wanted to keep students at home. There is anecdotal evidence, not scientific, not hard evidence, that teachers pushed students to remain at home in several ways as they could. So in the end, basically, pupils in the south basically didn't went to school last year, or in many cases, compared with the northern regions, central and northern regions. My experience in Tuscany, for example, is that the primary school was always open in Tuscany. And there were some localized closures when some pupil was ill, and then it was diagnosed with COVID, and then the class was put into quarantine. But it was a very localized, very specific measure. What the problem in the South, in most of the South, was that the choice of not going to the school was basically taken by the regional governments in order to appease the interests of the teachers and the interest of the families. In the South, female participation to the labor market is notoriously low, lower compared with the North. So it was not such a big cost, I mean, in some sense, to keep pupils at home with their mothers usually, and not going to school because they stayed at home. This, in fact, is a problem. This is a serious problem for female participation to the labor market in general, which has diminished in Italy over the pandemics, because some of the sectors that have been hit the hardest are areas in which female participation is higher, and therefore there was a retreat in the female participation to the labor market, which in Italy is comparatively lower than in several other countries. So we have a problem on our own, and we have a problem within Italy of a difference between the North, the Center North, and the South on this. So the problem for me here is that we don't have, so there was no competition here. So in our models claim that yardstick competition or competition between the jurisdictions can improve welfare. But when some powerful groups are able to bend the policies into their favor, then this can create suboptimal outcomes. And this was very, very clear in the education case. There has been some attempts to go to the court in order to challenge these decisions by the regional governments, and some of these cases were successful. But of course, these attempts happen too late after the school has closed, after the school year has ended, and therefore the problem was still there. I think this year things are a bit better. This year there is a much stronger push from the central government to keep schools open, and this is working right now. Yet, again, when local governments have been given some power, they have used it, I think, for the worst. More in general, the question, I think, in Italy is whether there will be some, what are the prospects for federalism? Because we had, there is an endless discussion in Italy about the way, how to organize a central state, the state. The state was born as a very centralized state. When the Republic was established, regions were included among the institutions of the state, but they were implemented basically 20 years after the Constitution was approved. So the Constitution was approved 46, and the first election of the regions was in 1970. Italian regions, when they were established, were given no fiscal powers, basically. So they just received transfers from the central state and made some policy decisions. Afterwards, we had a reform in 2001, which increased the powers for the regions, for the local governments. Some limited fiscal autonomy has been given to the regions and to the local governments more in general, but this is extremely limited. What happened when this freedom was given to set rates, for example, so to set some tax rates, was that actually regions increased their tax rate. They used the power, the fiscal power they had, and this created some uneasiness at the government level, where when they saw that in fact fiscal the tax rate, the overall tax rate was in fact growing. So again, some limitations, some limits have been put to the fiscal capacity of local governments. For local governments, I mean regional and municipal, and provinces too. Provinces then in the last 10 years have been strongly modified. So basically, they lost the democratic phase. Basically, we don't vote anymore for provinces. The executive of the province is elected by as a second level election, where people who are councillors basically and mayors elect the representatives and the government for the province. So we had this weakening of the local level, which is no longer, this local level is no longer accountable to the people. So they don't know who is doing what and what are the powers of the province. So accountability in this sense has been completely lost. The idea of the reformers 10 years ago was to get rid of the provinces. In fact, this didn't happen, and therefore we have this strange level of jurisdiction, which is basically unaccountable to people. So the regions, again, local governments more in general, have very limited powers, fiscal powers, and this is, I think, the main problem. They are limited in what they can do, and therefore citizens cannot assess whether the local government has done something good or something bad. The local government choose to invest in some roads, for example. Just make an example. So it raised taxes for earmarked to this infrastructure expansion, and then people can be happy or not happy about this decision, and may, at the election time, confirm keep the government in power or change it with another local government. So this is I think the big picture. This is not, apparently this is not going to change. I think I don't see an attempt to a political agreement in order to give more powers to more fiscal powers to the regions. Actually, we had some reforms that try to take back some of the powers from the regions back to the state, because the 2001 reform created some clashes between the central government and the regions. And then there is the big political issue. I'm just probably moving to the other more political analysis that is scheduled on Italy later on. In Lombardy and Veneto, the two richest regions in Italy, a few years ago there were two referendums asking people whether they wanted to have more local powers to the regions. The yes were overwhelming, but really nothing happened. The idea there was that bargaining between these two regions and the central state would have started, or should have started, and to have some so-called differentiated autonomy. So some regions take a bit more power than others, and so this would be a very federal state somehow, much more decentralized state. This bargaining never really started, but never really went to fruition. So the issue of further autonomy for all the regions, but in particular Lombardy and Veneto, are still there. The president of Veneto just wrote a book starting beating again these drums. Yet, if we do not clearly focus on the powers that are reasonable to do use at the local level, and how to fund expenditure, local expenditure, we are not going any further. We will still discuss federalism, autonomy, and how the state works, and this also creates some discussion between southern regions and northern regions, because autonomy in this further fiscal autonomy in the debate is not the power of the freedom of governments to set rates, higher, lower, whatever they think. Maybe a right-wing government would set lower rates, maybe a left-wing governments may set higher rates because it wants to expand expenditures. The issue in Italy has been framed in the sense of the fiscal residual, so too much transfer from these regions to the center, and therefore from the center to poorer regions. And so yet the debate is still not on what we can do with our money, how we can set our policy and fund our policy, but yet how we bargain with the state and with the other regions and try to get the most of our power. Veneto and Lombardy are the richest regions, or two of the three richest regions. So they clearly have some bargaining power with the rest of with the government and the rest of the country. I think this is from my point of view, economic but also political point of view, the problem with the discussion of federalism in Italy, the lack of a clear focus on fiscal autonomy, fiscal responsibility, and what comes after these powers, the fiscal powers. Fiscal powers is less and less seen as the foundation of autonomy. Okay, I think this is my...
Done for the moment. Since you open up a lot of possible theme of discussion. Thank you, Roberto Ricciuti. As always, your speech, raised several interesting issues. Actually, just if I can take 1 minute to reply to Roberto, a few things. First of all, I think that you put the finger on a very important issue, which is the education. And actually, even now, at the moment, I think that going through anecdotes, that the governor of Campania is thinking of close again the school until January to avoid, contagion. And so again, the story repeats itself even nowadays in southern regions like Campania. But my reading of that is that the problem is not really competition among the regions. The problem is that the preferences of the southern families goes into the direction of putting and taking the pupils at home, and that's the dramatic aspect of that. So the problem is not too much the competition, because they could look at the other regions, see how they deal with the issue of education during the pandemic. But apparently some southern regions have this collusion game that push them to make opposite decision with respect to the other. But we have also to, but that's a problem of the not a problem, it's related to the local preferences. Family have used the informal network to keep pupils at home. As you correctly say, the unemployment rate is high and the employment of women is very low. And so it's a kind of situation where the preferences drive into the direction to keep the children at home. And that's a problem, because this is going to increase, and already did, the income and social inequalities within the countries. However, the government has a big role in education as just to guarantee kind of, equalization in terms of opportunity for the education everywhere in the country. But, in this case, it's true, it's suboptimal, but I don't think it's related to competition. It's more related to the preference that, are expressed in those, unfortunately, in this direction, in these regions. The other point is that, as you mentioned, fiscal fidelity in Italy is an endless story. If we consider that, the reform, the constitutional reform in terms of fiscal fidelity is dated 2001, and we're still talking about decentralization with different, intensity in the political debate, different attention in the academic debate, but still it's a kind of process which is going on, and still there are a lot of open issues that, as you mentioned, need to be discussed. And in some respect, the pandemic raised again the relevance of the issue of the overlapping competences and of the intergovernmental relation, because with the problem with education, with the problem with the health system, different reaction. In some respect, again, the centrality of the intergovernmental relation and of the attribution of competences, of the fiscal powers, etc., I think is back again on the political debate, and in general on the public opinion debate. But anyhow, we will move to the next contributors, and then we can discuss later about this issue. Now is the turn of Dr. Paweł Rabije, Deputy Mayor of Warsaw, and he's going to talk about the failure of recentralization, how pandemic dispelled the illusions of government omnipotence in Poland. Please, Paweł.
Thank you, Professor Galli. Good morning, everybody from foggy and rainy Warsaw. First of all, I have to say that I do admire the Luigi Foundation motto, which is "The knowledge is our greatest freedom." I think that we do underestimate the link between the knowledge and the freedom. The more we know, the more freedom we can get. The more we know, the more choices we have, and we can get the best results for the benefit of the citizens. Well, I really very gladly accepted the invitation to the conference and to the project, and I have three different views on the topic. First of all, the political one, because I'm a politician, a co-founder of Nowoczesna Party, the Liberal Party in Poland. Also, the analytical one and expert-wise one, because I used to be for a long time an expert in analytical center think tank in Poland, dealing a lot with the management and leadership issues, mostly in the public sphere, but also in the private one. And the third perspective is because I spent most than 20 years in the private sector as a leader, and for last time I was a deputy mayor of Warsaw, responsible for health and social issues, also during this pandemic time. So this is also the part of my professional experience I can share, and one of the points I can view on the topic of the conference and this subject. I think that anyway, the question of leadership and management and governance today in the fragmented and liquid reality we have everywhere, in every sphere, in the public sphere, in the private sphere, is really very important one, and it's wonderful that we have time to discuss these issues today. Let me quickly refer to the conference topic, because speaking of decentralization and centralization, in fact, this is speaking about two very powerful stories and two very powerful myths. In fact, the first is the story about the omnipotent ruler who knows the secrets of wisdom, and this is the case of the Polish government, I think. And it is enough to submit to his will and just to follow him. And of course, a lot of kings in the past and a lot of leaders today use this story to reign, to govern. And the second is quite different. It's about the power of community. It's about the bottom-up cooperation. It's about solidarity. It's about trust. And speaking about this, we confront two very powerful myths, two visions of the social order coexisting in people's mind, which are very powerful and touches the very huge emotions. And we saw that in the discussion about centralization and decentralization in Poland during the pandemic crisis. And what is the correct mix between them? How should we balance this in the modern state? This is a very crucial and very interesting issue today. So what is the Polish perspective? What we observed during the pandemic time in Poland, in cities and also in the state? Well, our case, I think, shows that the concentrating power in the time of crisis and the time where there's a lot of uncertainty, that simply doesn't work. It's not a good choice, it's not a good solution, and it's not good to recommend that. During the pandemic time, the Polish government failed to deal with the new challenges, and there were a lot of new challenges, while the local networks of power, I mean mostly the local government, but also the citizens' networks, were operating very smoothly and really very, very effectively. And that was the most important issue and lesson from the pandemic last year. This decentralized, the institutionalized, distributed, open approach proven to be much more effective than the command approach of the government. But before I try to answer what was the reason of that, let me give you a short background of the political situation in Poland. I think this is very important to understand in which environment the government was acting and the local governments were acting too. In the spring 2020, just before the eve of pandemic, we had in Poland 30 years of the self-government reforms. In 1990, just after the collapse of the communism, that was one of the two important reforms we had in Poland. The first one was about economic reforms, and that opened a free market in Poland. The second was about self-government and self-authority. That was a very important reform, and it is considered to be something what strengthened the local governments and gave the other power other than the central government power. The strong, efficient local authorities were created in 1990, and they were developing for the 30 years. And EU accession of Poland in 2004 has strengthened the local government even more, giving them more power and giving them more resources, especially the EU funds for development. So that moment, the 2004, that was a pinnacle of the Polish transformation and creating a modern state. But unfortunately, in 2015, to the surprise of many people, including me, everything went wrong and the populists managed to seize the power. And what was important here is that seizing the power, in coming to the power in 2015, the populists promised a more efficient and much more centralized, paternalistic and nanny state. That was the promise they give to the people. That was what they told people. And it was one of the most important election promises of united right government we have in Poland today. And that is the reason why the very rapid process of the new centralization, recentralization, whatever how we call it, and the limitation of the democratic control over institutions, including judicial system, started in Poland. Well, the tactic of the government is really very simple, because it's getting more power for the government, for the central government and the ruling party, by increasing social benefits, by paralyzing democratic institutions of the state, and it what happened, and destroying the self-government. This is basically 3 points of the strategy of the united right government in Poland. And on the eve of the pandemic, control over the local government was one of the most important battlegrounds, democratic battlegrounds in our country. Formally, the separation, constitutional separation of powers is maintained between the central government and local authorities, but the local authorities are not treated by the central government and ruling party as a partner to cooperate and to do something together, but as a rival which has to be totally destroyed. And there is 4 ways how the ruling party impairs local governments, how it tries to make it weaker. The first is reducing the incomes and imposing new tasks. In fact, it's a tactic we called the idea of starving self-government. That means there is a lot of new regulations to cut financial revenues of the local government. Mostly cutting taxes, which are important because the local governments takes a part of the taxes in Polish system, and at the same time delegating new tasks for the local government without securing any financing. So that means that the local governments they have less and less money. That's substantial reducing of the financial income of local communities, even by 20–30% per year. And that can threaten the liquidity of up of 1/3 of local authorities, local municipalities in Poland, which will be devastating for the political system and democratic system. The second way is introducing clientistic relationship model. Central administration don't want to have local administration as a partner, but a petitioner. The idea is that if you are polite enough as a local government, or you are openly loyal to the ruling party, you can get more money from the central budget. If not, you can forget about this. And a lot of government funds were created to do that. The local government road fund is one of the examples, and it was just created for buying political loyalty and punishing those regions and those cities where the opposition rules. The third way is ignoring local authorities in relation with local communities. The government violates here the principle of subsidiarity and trying to bypass the local government to support local initiatives and institutions directly. Of course, they play the pose of a distributor of gifts that way, but at the same time, they destroy trust in the local authorities on the local level. And the fourth way is openly attacking the self-government. We see it almost every day. The ruling party members and the central government, the journalists connected with the government, they attack local governments and local officials personally, the mayors of the cities, the heads of the regions. And the fatal victim of such attack was a long-time president of Gdańsk, Mr. Paweł Adamowicz, who was murdered by a fanatic of the government in 2019. But they stopped that a little bit after that case, but still we see a lot of hate in government communication connected with the activities of the local governments. Nevertheless, the self-government is still very strong, and that is still some kind of counterweight to the central government. And there are three basic reasons why the local authorities are still very powerful. First is that the local governments are very strongly supported by the citizens. It is 74% of Poles express confidence in activities of the local government. And this is the highest level of trust in the history of this research. The research was done last year during the pandemic. So that means that citizens appreciate also the acting of local administration during the pandemic time. Second, the people know that effective central government in Poland is a kind of joke. This is partly part of our history, because Poland was not on the map of Europe for more than 100 years. So the strong government is not something Polish citizens like the best. And I think that there is a spark of anarchy also in our souls. So that's why we don't like too much centralized governance and too much power on the government side. But that's also a question of a lot of unrealized plans and the broken promises of the government, different governments, not only the United Right government today, but we had those really unrealistic promises of Prime Minister Mateusz Morawiecki a few years ago, such as 1 million of Polish electric cars to be produced in 1 year, or 1 million new flats for families to be done in a few years. So people remember that, and they understand that on the government side, it's rather, and politicians, it's rather talking and not doing. And third reason is that I think that people just distrust in the macro managing of micro problems. Of course, the ruling party plays the good master protector for everybody who cares about all the people's problems. But from the experience and also from the past, people understand that it's much better to deal with the local problems on the local level, not in the kind of the distant headquarters of the party or the institutions in the capital, in Warsaw. But pandemic was really very dangerous moment for democracy and civic society. It could lead to the further centralization and marginalization of the local government in Poland and destroying the civil society. That was exactly the plan of the government few years ago, and that was what they wanted to do, but it didn't happen. And the question why it did not happen is really very interesting in this case. The simplest answer I have in my paper is that the local authorities, the local government, passed the test of efficiency and empathy, because it's also very important, while the central government failed this test and failed it totally. The government turned out to be blasé, corrupted, completely unresponsive to the pandemic. And this is still the case, by the way. That seems like the United Right government fell victim to its own propaganda and the promise that they have, the promise of the omnipotent rule. In the face of the pandemic, that was an illusion, and this illusion vanished like a smoke on the wind. And there are 5 reasons why it happened like that. The first was the state preparedness deficit. Government response to the crisis was really very chaotic and very erratic. The situation surprised, of course, many governments all over the world, but in Poland we saw the lack of contingency plans and risk analysis. It was nothing like that. Nothing like that existed in the state, and the government was totally not prepared to a crisis situation. So the institutions were paralyzed, and the state readiness to act was very low at the first phase of the pandemic. By the way, there is no progress in the next phases. There was no progress in the next phases, and there is no progress today. So we saw tremendous difficulties in creating new provisional hospitals for COVID patients. It was no room for the local authorities here. It was created by policy created by the central government, but that was extremely hard to do that in Poland. They couldn't make it. And organizing vaccination process, it's still not the best example in Europe. So the decisions were inconsistent, frequently changed. And as one of the experts pointed out, the government strategy against the pandemic will remain a monument of the incompetence and disregarding the threat, which was the biggest since Second World War. So those inertia and serious management shortcomings were clearly visible when comparing with the other governments and the smooth actions of not only Taiwan or Korea, but also Germany, our neighbor. The second reason why the government failed was data mismanagement. That was another reason. I think that there was no other European country during the pandemic where the data collecting and processing was so unprofessional. And that is a funny story about that, because it was 19-year-old student from Torun and data analysis enthusiast who embarrassed the government just sitting at his home, because he created a network of colleagues, also data analysis enthusiasts. And that was the only way how the data collection connecting the pandemic in the regions were collected for the government. So that raised the question where the government was with all the institutions, the health institutions and epidemic institutions, because that was only on that basis the government developed models of pandemic spread and could respond to the crisis. And that was for the 6 years before the government started to collect data and analyze that. So that was a visible example of the government incompetence. Also, the most important stakeholders have been virtually omitted, not included in the decision process. The government said the pandemic is something we have to be responsible for. We're going to fight with this. There is no room for other for local government here. There is no room for the organizations, institutions, third sector as well. So they wanted to do everything with no consultation and no cooperation. The third sector was particularly important here because it is a key partner in social welfare policy and social services, but it was also totally ignored. So that's why the opportunity to mobilize resources and knowledge and use the collective experience in combating the pandemic was, in this case, totally lost. And the pandemic highlighted also the weakness of the central government representatives in the provinces. It turned out to be the most neglected area of public administration, very weak, with negative selection of staff and insufficient funding. And that made the crisis management coordination in regions very difficult. And fourth reason was profligacy and financial abuses. The government procurement during the pandemic was very, very far from transparent and resulted in many fraudulent activities. And one case became particularly well known. In the spring of 2020, the Ministry of Health signed a contract with the company owned, as it turned out, by an arms dealer without any tender. The company was supposed to deliver more than 1,000 respirators to the hospitals in a very short time. Only 1/5 of that was delivered, despite the fact that the government paid 33 million euro for the contract. And year after the transaction, only half of the amount was recovered somehow. But also the more serious allegations of corruption has surfaced in the last year and months as well. And most of the pandemic-related medical procurement was handled without transparent procedures or without any public tenders, which were suspended for the pandemic times, and instead relied on the market transactions based on the personal connections of the government members. This is also what the Freedom House report for 2020 states. And the last reason, the fifth, is the propaganda of success trap. The pandemic is a time of uncertainty that's sure and fair, and it calls for a clear and honest communication. But I think that government was not able to go beyond its propaganda habits. It was reassuring day by day citizens again and again that the battle is almost won, that everything is okay, regardless of the real situation. Instead of consistent messages and clear instructions, citizens were fed with the mantra of slogans and propaganda performances by the government members. So while the German Chancellor Angela Merkel encouraged people to patience, discipline, and solidarity, which are very important at those times, Prime Minister Mateusz Morawiecki announced in June 2020 that the virus was in retreat and Poles no longer had to fear it, just for the reason to encourage citizens to vote in the presidential elections. That was a total irresponsibility. And I think this is one of the reasons why the vaccination process in East Poland is going so slow now. On the other side, on the local authorities were doing in the other way. They were also very surprised at the situation, but generally were much better prepared for the crisis, as they were dealing with different crises before. But by the nature, they are of course more sensitive to local needs and more open to inclusion, and also more open to communication. For us, that was also my professional experience as a mayor of Warsaw. The first was to focus on the crisis management, because we understood that the situation is new for all of us, and we have to react somehow, and we have to react very quickly, and we have to coordinate our efforts to react in a proper way. So in municipalities, in cities and in the regions, the crisis teams were established very quickly, and they were responsible for coordinating activities in the field of social policy, health and safety. Those are the three key issues, and education was the fourth one. And the goal was to understand what's going on and respond quite quickly and change information, and also provide some information for the citizens, because of the government policy here was not clear, and there were not too much information about the pandemic, how to behave, what to do, and how to react on the basis level. So defining the priorities and ensuring safety on the first line was also very important. I mean, in the hospitals and medical centers, and we put a lot of efforts to be sure that the first line is safe, that the hospitals know what to do, specifically the hospitals run by the cities, by the regions. No, some of them belong to the government, some of them run by the cities and regions. So that's why we had a feeling that this is the first line for us. So when the government sounded like a boaster, local governments did a lot to secure the frontline workers, doctors, nurses, paramedics, the sense of security and stability. And local authorities also adopted flexible network approach. I think that was a very important part of fighting the pandemic on this local level. Local crisis management teams all over Poland made really extensive use of experts, involved a lot of stakeholders, including representatives of the government, the local government, also for the third sector, NGOs, volunteers, and so on. It was the level of cities rather than the regions, which became a field of the exchange of data, of information and ideas, how to fight with pandemic, and for making strategic decisions. And the role of the local leaders grew because of that. So the city mayors, the leaders of the regions, despite of the government didn't left too much room for the decisions, had a lot to do in the fields they were responsible for. Carrying the most vulnerable groups was the most important tasks. We very quickly identified the groups of people who should be taken care of since the first day of the pandemic. So we focused inter alia on the homeless people, elder, and people with disabilities. We knew that those groups are very sensitive and we have to do a lot for them. And in Warsaw, a special program to help people in the crisis of homelessness was established also in the other cities for pandemic time. The food banks in the cities as well and municipalities were also created for food support. for people who lost a job or were under quarantine, to supply them in the need if they just needed some help during the lockdown. And other efforts targeted senior people in home isolation and in nursing homes. Here the task was to prevent the spread of virus and to make those institutions safe. What was really very moving, and what I still have in my memory, was this wonderful explosion of the human kindness during the first phase of pandemic, and the self-help. People started to self-organize to help those who have been isolated or just needed any help. The huge net of social network was spontaneously created in the cities and regions. And neighbors began to help neighbors and strangers to strangers. And that was really something amazing, the social capital in move. The third sector was acting also, was also very, very active. And for example, in Warsaw, we created in the first weeks of the pandemic, the Warsaw Supports Network. That was the idea of the city, and the coordination was also on the city side. But the core was engaging volunteers, citizens to help, and more than 2,000 people were involved. They helped those in the isolation or in the quarantine by making shopping for them, providing meals on wheels, helping them take out rubbish or walk the dog, anything what they wanted. That was also a psychological support for them, I think, because psychological help was at the phase stage of the pandemic very important too. People felt left alone. On the local level, a lot of helplines were launched with psychological counseling for people with depression or just feeling alone. But citizens were also involved to participate, and volunteers in that, because just people wanted to talk with somebody, and that was a wonderful time of kind of helplines in a lot of cities all over the Poland. And the private sector was also involved in the self-help network, supporting them with the products and services, and they did a lot of efforts. So that was a real decentralized network of help, of spreading information, on giving support for citizens. An example of great cooperation, of solidarity of people, not the central government, not even the local government, but just people helping people. And leading by example was important here in the activities of the local government. That was the government responsible for the information campaign during the pandemic, but the local governments, local authorities also did a lot. They created their own information campaigns, supporting the government and giving more specific information about pandemic and health issues. And many local leaders were communicating regularly with citizens in social media, for the other channels. They also set a personal example, being often on the first line, visiting hospitals, meeting with at community facilities, meeting and talking with people on the streets. That was totally different approach, and that was what people wanted and needed during the first phase of pandemic. So when we compare the actions of central and the local authorities, two different approaches here can be observed. The government decided that its method to fight the pandemic would be something like a classic war, mobilizing all the resources and competences in a centralized command and making all the decisions top down. That is what they exactly do, because they wanted to make all the decisions concerning pandemic, even those who are usually made on the local level. But with the lack of data, with no cooperation with the local government and with the experts, well, that could not be just successful. And there was no localization, not too much room for the localization of the decisions. And practically the self-government was doing very actively something what it shouldn't do in the light of the strategy of the government. At the local level, on the contrary, cooperation, bottom-up identification of the challenges, flow of the information, flexibility, dialogue were most important. And I think that citizens appreciate that, because according to the Eurobarometer survey, That is also the survey from the last year. Only 36 Poles are overall satisfied with the actions taken by the government during the pandemic, and 51 of them are satisfied with the actions of the local authorities. And management-wise and leadership-wise, the pandemic was also a very important test for all the government institutions, I think, in EU and in the world. And I think that all as leaders in the public sector, we have learned a lot of this, but also we learned a lot as an experts and citizens. But I have to emphasize that in Poland, this experience of pandemic was particularly important in the context of the struggle for democratic governance principles and standards. There was a huge risk, really very huge risk we felt that that this crisis would be an excuse to strengthen the central government and centralize faster. The consolidation of the power could happen, and that happened in many countries where the local strongmen and different authoritarians consolidated their power and justified the human rights violation, because the strong-handled role is more accepted in this kind of emergency or the unpredictable times. And the citizens were frightened and more easy to control. But that was a chaos, and incompetence of Polish government has challenged this myth. The radical centralization is the best choice in this type of the crisis situation. That is why the United Right government reputation for competence was severely undermined, as the administration often appeared rudderless or just lost in the face of the escalating crisis. It is very difficult to create a serious authoritarian power when you are so ineffective, and I think that people felt that during the crisis. This situation was also a proof that there is much more banal populism in Poland than real authoritarianism, and that was a very strong, important, very important and huge discovery for citizens too. What are the other lessons we learned from the pandemic in the broader perspective? I think there are three particularly important ones. First of all, the pandemic shows that we still need more focus on the management and leadership skills in the public sector. The pandemic was a crucible experience for leaders, for managers, and for the experts. We have a long tradition of management and leadership thinking in Europe, and both a lot of the best practices as well. In US, it's also very strong, but I think that managing and leadership are still not valued properly in the public sector. As a city leaders, we took part during the pandemic in a wonderful initiative, which was Bloomberg Harvard City Initiative, and that took us a lot of knowledge, experience, and the opportunity to exchange views with other leaders. So that was really something great. I see that I don't have too much time, so let me just mention about the second recommendation. This is that we need much more decentralized, the institutionalized, and more networked governance. I'm personally a big fan of the network governance model. It takes a lot of time to do that, but it gives people much more feeling that they are able to influence the reality, and more open collaboration between stakeholders in the state is really very important one. And the third recommendation is multi-level decentralization. This is what I mentioned in my paper too. But to say the last word, I'm really optimistic. In the times of pandemic, it's good to cultivate optimism, and I'm sure that there is much more cry today for liberalism, much more cry for freedom, less bans, less supervision in countries all over Europe, and that makes a room for much more decentralization in our European states. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Pavel, for this very rich speech that helps us to understand better the situation in Poland. And, of course, I mean, there are a lot of points that you raised, and I cannot go over all of them, but there are some that are really important because, what you said about the consolidation of the central government, that during the emergency, that actually was a kind of bad things for them because they show all the incapability to challenge the emergency, and this may even give more relevance to the role of decentralization as an institutional device that guarantee democracy and that guarantee local communities to participate to public policies. I also like what you said about information. I think it's very important, and that's something that which is related to decentralization as well, to the information, to get information and to know, I mean, the power of the knowledge, as well as the relation that may emerge between centralization and corruption. There are a lot of studies that show that decentralization is a good way to control, I mean, to reduce corruption in public tenders. And that's something that you also mentioned, and you gave us some evidence also from Poland. So thank you again for bringing your experience, your reading of the Poland situation, and your direct involvement in the political situation in Poland. Now, I think that we are ready for a break, so we can have 10 minutes break for a coffee that unfortunately we cannot share together. So everybody is going to have his own or her own coffee, and we will be back in 10 minutes. I think 10 is enough. Gianmarco, 15?
I think that is enough, and we can start again at 11:30.
Okay. Yeah. Thanks to Roberto and to Powell for the moment, and see you all in 10 minutes. Okay.
Hello, hello. Ciao, Riccardo.
Gianmarco, I'm going to share my screen.
Yes, please go ahead.
Okay, let me know if you're seeing this.
Yep, yeah, we see it.
Okay, cool.
I don't know if Emma is back, maybe? Not yet. Is someone back, actually? Otherwise, we can talk about football, Ricardo.
Not American football, please. I still have the Cowboys to go and see the game. So if you want to talk about the other football, soccer, then I'll perfectly fine with that. Which, as you know, I don't care about. So
I do know. And Attila, I'm seeing quite a few guitars back there.
Yes, actually, these are not guitars; these are basses.
Oh no, basses. Okay,
Yes.
your picture was too small. I didn't really see how many.
Yes, I know.
were there. So you have an acoustic bass. That's amazing.
Yes, I have that too, and the Fender Jazz bass.
Do you have a fretless bass as well?
No, I don't have that.
Okay, like Jaco Pastorius style. But... Okay, we're back. Sorry.
Okay, so we are ready. I think that I see Riccardo ready to start. Okay, so we are back for the second round of contribution about decentralization in times of crisis. And now is the turn of Riccardo Silvestre, Movimento Liberal Social, which is going to tell us about Portugal. So Riccardo, the floor is yours. Thank you for coming.
Thank you, Emma, and thank you so much for the invitation. It's too bad that we can't be in person, but let's hope for better days. Thank you also for Professor Ricucci and Deputy Mayor Harabiec for some fantastic keynotes. I took some notes, and it was interesting that the centralized decision, the extreme limited autonomy, the centralized in Poland with all of cronyism and clientelism, that is very similar to Portugal. So I was thinking that I was going to bring something new, but apparently I'm already late with the too much government, too much centralized, and too much political clientele. So what I did was I'm going to make it short so that I would like to have some interaction with the other panelists if they want to go a little more into the Portuguese detail. But I'm going to make it really short. I'm going to do a little historic perspective, then talk a bit about what we have right now in Portugal, and then some, in my opinion, and what I read in the literature, some of the possible solutions for more decentralization, and even, I know we can talk about that federalism if you want to, more to the end of my time. So I have a small presentation here. It's not very exhaustive. Just please tell me that you're seeing it right now. Thumbs up. All right, good deal. All right, so there was a dramatic but recent change, and I was listening to Deputy Mayor saying that also Poland went through a couple of, tried to change the system and then going back to the changes that were made. We actually have a similar scenario in Portugal, but if we go back not too long ago, in 1974, we had the revolution, so we had a dictatorship. We had, fortunately, a very peaceful transition of power, also known as the Carnation Revolution. And before that, the local power was almost like a medieval feudal system where local governance was attributed to people that were close to the center of power in Lisbon, because they had money or because they had influence. So what happened was, of course, the revolution brought an entire system of change, so free elections, local governance, regional elections. So the point that I want to make right away is that even if we have almost 50 years since the revolution, actually we're still a very young democracy. So we still have a lot of problems to fix, and one of them is clearly decentralization. We have a special case that I would like to bring right away so that we do have decentralization and it does work. We have that experience, which is the islands of Azores and Madeira by the North Atlantic. So since 1976, they have political autonomy. They have also economic autonomy. They have their own organic laws. They have a regional government, and that government then has a regional administration. And all this is overviewed by a regional cabinet where we have the president of the regional autonomic zone. And then, of course, we have someone that is representing the continent on those islands, but that person just serves as a connection between the power in Lisbon and the power in the two islands. So we do have this, and this works very well. But as you will see by my presentation, pretty much it stops here regarding almost like full autonomy for regions in Portugal. Now, this is very interesting, and it was quite cool because the last time we were together in Brussels, we were talking about the Next Generation EU, also an initiative from Luigi Einaudi Fondazione. And at the time, and Gianmarco was there with me, at the time, I thought it was interesting already because I could make a bridge between that event and this event. Why? Because the PRR, the Plan for Recovery and Resilience that were signed via the Next Generation EU, if you look at the document, and then I have it here in Portuguese, but don't worry, I have it in English, there's this entire paragraph that is really, really revealing how we think about this kind of things here in Portugal. So, the effective and efficient application of the resources of the recovery and resilience plans demand a well-defined model of governance, guaranteeing an elevated coordination between stakeholders, and that has in consideration the fundamental principles like simplification, transparency, and accountability. All this is good, all this is very pablum, all this is very traditional. Now look at the sentence after that. But we will have a centralization of the management and a decentralization of the execution. So even with an instrument like this one, the Portuguese government and pretty much the Portuguese political system cannot resist the temptation of saying, this is going to be managed centrally. So the tradition keeps on going, let's call it that way. Now, Professor Ricciuti was talking about referendums in Italy. We also had one here in Portugal, and that was to divide Portugal in 8 regions. And this was a referendum in 1998, but not like Italy. And again, has to do with the culture here. When people were questioned, do you agree with institutional regional administration? People say, no, we don't want to. We want the power to be centralized because that's what we live that way. That's what we understand. That's how we think it's going to work. So no, actually, we don't agree with regional administration. So as you can see, almost 61% of the population said no. Now, going in with a little more detail, which I thought it was interesting, the second question was, do you agree? Well, you don't agree with the division, all right, but do you agree with the division on your area? And people still say no. So not like Professor Ricciuti was saying that Italy, and also Deputy Mayor Rabias saying that locally people want more decentralized power. At the time when, in 1998, it's not too long ago, Portuguese people resoundingly said, no, we don't want divisions. We don't want a division to be affecting me. We want centralized power. Now, there is a critique, which is a very correct one, which is at the time, so 1998, the knowledge of people about the power of decentralization. And then when European Union money started to come in, and there were more transfers of money and also some autonomy to regions, then people start changing their opinion. So maybe a new referendum now will show another reality. Now, we do have a history of trying to make local power a real thing. Like, for example, in 1991, we created what was called the metropolitan areas, because a lot of population is centralized in Lisbon and in Porto. And we tried to give them political and financial and even social tools to work with this very, very centered centered population centers. But then there was a law that in 2033, they wanted to go a little further and say, all right, we'll not only have metropolitan areas, but we're also going to have urban communities, because people started complaining, well, it's just Lisbon and Porto, just Porto and Lisbon. And we're like, okay, we can go a little more into like the south and the center east and the northeast. But then in 2008, like Pavel was saying, in Poland, we went back in all of it. So 2008, we abolished this proposed new map. Now, this is an interesting development. In 2012, there was a commission which is called the Regional Coordination and Development Commission. And this one, it's not referendum, it's just by law. It was a proposed law and was accepted in the parliament. And this one's, all right, we were going to divide it in these main areas. So Lisbon, the south part, the southern part, which is called the Algarves, that has a very different dynamic from the rest of the country, the center and the north. And this is working. And actually, it's part of the plan for resilience and recovery. The plan of resilience and recovery based itself in also this law that sets these regions. And also we're starting with integration, and that is from administration, health, education, and culture. I'm not going to go too much into the pandemic. I want to think about a further discussion of how can Portuguese learn with our friends in Europe, and how can our friends in Europe tell us to do decentralization. Very quickly here, just so that you guys understand that we do have things very divided. We have districts, which are the most important first level administrative subdivision. So we have the government, and then we have districts. And this is important later on when I'm going to talk about the problems and the solutions. Currently, we have 18 Azores and Madeira already. As I said, they have their own show going on. Then we have intermunicipal communities. So if you think about districts, so districts function by themselves, but then intermunicipal communities trying to have districts work together. This was created in 2008, and in 2013, this was reinforced, and also it was recovered the metropolitan areas of Lisbon and Porto. So the idea of intermunicipal communities, it's to have the districts work with each other, and then to have the big population centers also work with the districts around. This has to do with what is called the NUTS, which is a tremendous acronym, NUTS. I'm not going too much into it, but it has to do with the Eurostat-based system where you have centers of population, and then the thing starts breaking up in other categories. Actually, in Portugal, we need the NUTS 4 and NUTS 5 because there are parts of the continent that have goats, basically. So I don't know if goats get into the NUTS system, but if they do. Now we have 21 intermunicipal community, and the thing is rolling. Now here we start getting into the crux of the business, which is the municipalities. This has been very stable, and that also helps regarding that culture that I mentioned and the problems that I'm going to present next. It's been very stable. It's been working since the 12th century and had to do with, at the time, the king saying, all right, this is a region, this is a region, this is a region. Here's a fora, which actually it's a Latin word coming from our Italian friends. Here's a fora, which is a document that gives you privilege in the town or a region, and you have the local ruler. So this has been very stable, and this has been very important for the management of political power in Portugal, decentralized political power. Again, I'll get back to this. Also, it was reinforced later on by the governments of the constitutional monarchy and now by the Republican governments. There are 308. it can include various towns and cities. Mostly the biggest one, it's the capital of the municipality, and then it goes from there. This is where the problems start coming up, and that is there's an executive body that regulates the municipality. There's a president of the municipality, and then there's the assembly of the municipality. Again, this is going to be very, very important next. This power is centralized by the president of the municipality. Now, the president of the municipality, of course, comes from political power, either from, the socialists, the social democrats, the Christian Democrats, the communists, whatever it is. So that person gets elected, and that person then has councillors and has an assembly that they're all working, some of the times in tandem, most of the times they're working against each other. So that's starting to create a lot of tension, not only locally, but centrally, because there's a lot of municipalities. And there's a lot of then a competition, meaning that the socialists one will get together, and the social democrats will get together, and the communists will get together. And then there's going to be a lot of strife and a lot of problems for central power. Then there's a connection with parishes that I'm going to go right after it. And these bodies are elected for 4 years. Now, what are parishes? I hate this term. I'm sorry, I'm not going to use it. I'm going to use the Portuguese term. But if you want to think about it in English, you can also say communities. But in Portuguese, we call it freguesias. So historically, a parish was born by division of churches. I'm not going to go too much into that. There's a little quote here from an article, scientific article, that had to do with neighbors being able to profess their religion and their faith at that church. Oh, and I don't want to be in that church because I don't want to be with that priest. I want to be with this priest. All right, then we'll make a freguesia. Historical. That's how it worked. This freguesias also have a board, which also has a president, which, by the way, also has an assembly, which all has, they all have connection with elections. And this elections happens 4 years. So you can think about central elections, you can think about elections for the municipalities, and then elections for the freguesias. And then you can see all this thing working at the same time. Most of the times not working at all. There were a lot of them. There were like 4,259 freguesias, but then there was a reform by 2012, 2013 because of the crisis, the economic crisis. The Social Democrats and the Christian Democrats at the time in the power with, at the time, Prime Minister Passos Coelho was like, enough of this. This is too much money. This is too much confusion. There's too many freguesias. So we created some rearrangements. Some freguesias were collapsed, others stopped existing, and now we have 3,000. So 3,091. All right, so after this intro, let's get to what I think is the most interesting part, and also I would love to have your opinions on this. Portugal is not a federalist country per se, because, and I think Pavel touched, I'm sure Pavel touched about this. I don't know if they're the same motivations, but you were saying that in Poland, there's this very anti-imperial and not centralization, but overwhelming of political powers. In Portugal, it's the same thing. But people are very suspicious. They're suspicious of the European Union. I know there's money coming in, but still, the Germans, and there's the Spaniards, and there's the Italians. Also, historically, we had a lot of problems with Spaniards, with Dutch, with French, that they would come here and they would invade us, and they would say, we're going to do it this way. And Portuguese were like, no, we're not going to do it that way. So there's a lot of history about sentiments of, all right, let's not lose our autonomy and lose our power. And actually, in 2013, with the crisis, was even worse, because then the Troika, what was called the Troika, what was the Central European Bank, the European Commission, European Union, they came here and they say, all right, we're gonna give you money to have the lights on, but you guys need to take care of your accountings. You guys need to take care of your money. You have to be more responsible. You have to be more serious. So we, Troika, are gonna tell you, Portuguese people, how you should be run. And at the time, there was a big discussion here of, we're losing our autonomy, we're losing our nation. Well, in fact, we needed the money. So we were like, all right, you guys tell us how to, run the books, and we'll be happy with having the money. So those tensions have been happening recently and also historically, but we are very suspicious of saying, all right, let's decentralize and have more power to Brussels, or more power to other colleagues of ours that want to in any way tell us our Portuguese how to do things. And also here centrally, as I explained already. So problems. There is a great lack of information to the citizen, to the actually Portuguese person that lives in regional and even in urban areas. How does this thing work? Who does what? What are the levels of administration? So if you're going to change it, there's more power in the regions. So what is the connection between the central power? How does the mechanics transfer flow? So that means that now the president of the municipality is the one that has power, but he has power already. So we need to straighten this up to have an effective decentralization here in Portugal. Then we have a tremendous, and Professor Ricciuti was mentioning this already, we have a tremendous lack of clarity. The thing is very opaque. People can't understand, like, all right, if this person made this decision, who is responding to? Oh, he's not responding to anyone. All right, is he responding to us? No, he's not even responding to you. Like, all right, so people are very suspicious because of this lack of transparency and also lack of accountability. So if someone makes a bad decision about management of European funds, then it gets lost because the central government's like, no, it wasn't our fault. And then the regional government was like, no, it wasn't our fault. And then the municipality was like, no, it's not our fault. So most of the times it's no one's fault. So like I said, lack of transparency, lack of accountability. Then we have another problem. And this I would love to hear from you guys, because here in Portugal, it's really, really serious, which is there's this installed wisdom. Notice that I put the commas on. There's this installed wisdom, which is true or not, it depends, that decentralization is just a way to create jobs for the boys. So, all right, I'm going to create a new subsection of regional power. Oh, that is a way to give someone from the political party another position of influence and to get money and to get more power. And this is just, we can't break this spell. As most, and I know our Italian friends, you guys go into more like technocratic solutions for government. Here in Portugal is like, all right, who's the guy that is going to benefit inside the political party to have this new position? And of course, this then, most of the times, it's true because there's a lot of corruption and a lot of bureaucracy we see with decentralization. Every time there's like initiatives for decentralizations, there are always problems with corruption and bureaucracy, and that increases the idea that this is just a way to create another layer of jobs for the boys. Now, there's the other problem, which is ego. And again, I would like to know how it is in the rest of Europe. The president of the municipality has a lot of power, has a lot of influence locally and centrally, because it's a very comfortable position, because you can have like business inside your municipality, but then you have business in the inter-municipality, and then you have business with the central government. And then you're known, and you go to the TV, and you go to debates, and you walk around in the street, and everybody knows who you are. So what happens is that there's a lot of ego. The president of the municipality is like a little king. Historically, again, it goes to the feudal system. It's like a little king, and he likes to have his little city taken care by him. So this is also a great obstacle, because when you go to central power to regional and from regional to center, there is a lot of power dynamics, a lot of political wrangling, and a lot of egos to take care. I'm almost done here. There was a comprehensive package in 2021 that was presented by the socialist government, and they say, all right, now it's the time for us to move with real decentralization. Keeps lagging. There was a problem. Again, there was there was not only legal problems, but again, there was problems of corruption. So that the whole thing is stopped now. And the promise is that we can restart this process in 2022. The idea is to create a more direct and simplified level of contract between central and regional power. And again, the idea is to use that law that I just presented that divides the country in 5 great regions. Then you have an intermediate layer that needs to then connect the central power to the local power via these regions. But we need to solve the problems of political influence and again of the ego of the people that are regionally in charge. What we need, of course, it's also a system of accountability, of transparency, responsibility, and I have popular support. This is, of course, very, very, very needed because otherwise we can present the population, and I think Roberto Ricciuti was mentioning that also in Italy, we can present a package of proposals, but if the people locally, if they don't understand them or if they don't agree with them, then we have a problem, which is to try to force a system into people that people don't agree with. All right, so that's pretty much my my presentation. Again, I would love to engage in a debate if someone wants to ask a question or have a comment.
Yes. Mm-hmm. Yes, thank you very much, Ricardo, for this brilliant presentation.
Oh, thank you.
We will have you know, some room for questions, answer after the next presentation. I just, you know, would like to stress a couple of things that I think are very, very interesting that you mentioned. First, I mean, as you said, I mean, you move from the idea, I mean, you get to the idea that too much centralization, too much clientele is bad. And I think it's important what you say, decentralization is worth to the extent that guarantee transparency and accountability rather than more position political power to the, you know, the boys, I mean, as you say, to the boys. And in that respect, I mean, there is this huge literature, economic literature try to investigate this relation between decentralization and corruption. And I mentioned before, with respect to power, that there are a lot of papers that say more centralization brings about more corruption, but it's also, there is also some evidence that goes in the opposite direction. And so more decentralization actually brings about more corruption when there is a kind of unbalance, asymmetry between the expenditure side and the taxation side. So when there is no responsibility of the local governments, and that may means that local governments you know, are less efficient, and they may be even corrupt if they get the money from the central government, because they're from the central government, because they're not really responsible for the money that they spend, you know, for the citizen. So I think it's, I mean, you raise a very important issue. And finally, what I also like, because I was thinking about that Italy as well, this relation that you made between decentralization versus centralization and the PRR, that in Italy we call it PNRR, and that's a big issue. Like, you know, the resources are going to be managed at central level, on which is going to be the role of the decentralized level of government. And it's important rather that they are not going just to be executors of what the central government is going to decide, because they may bring, you know, the needs, the, you know, project that come from bottom up rather than from, you know, the central government. But that's something which is a quite delicate issue in Italy as well. I think that you put the finger on a very important issue as well, you know, the relation between centralization and decentralization, also with respect to the resources coming from Europe. So maybe we can discuss that later more. So thanks again. And now I think that we can conclude with the case of Hungary, with Attila Roquet, Deputy on Anti-Corruption Momentum. And then we will see what Gianmarco suggests, to have question and answer after that, or have it after lunch. What do you think, Gianmarco?
Well, this is a good question. We can make let's see if there's some debate, and then keep on going also after the second panel, perhaps.
Okay.
I don't know if you agree.
If everybody agrees, so if you have questions or something to comment on after the Hungary case, and then eventually we can discuss later more. Okay, so thank you. Attila, you have the floor.
Yes, I will share my presentation in a minute. It says I can't share my presentation. I don't know why.
Gianmarco, you have to make Attila the administrator.
Federica.
Right now it's given to me.
I'm going to bounce your question. Devi mettere Attila amministratore. Non lo so.
Otherwise, Riccardo can help us and showing the presentation. So if Attila send it to Riccardo, because he was able to present.
Assegno organizzatore, c'è scritto lì. Ok, sì. And we should be able now, Attila?
Maybe I will just use full screen mode and then I can do it. Let's
because now
try.
You're a co-organizer now. So
okay.
There we go. Okay.
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 First of all, thank you for the opportunity to participate in this conference. In my presentation, I will speak about the public administration of Hungary in the context of centralization and decentralization, about the municipal elections in Hungary in 2019, the COVID measures, municipal tasks, and municipal devastation, the vaccine and respirator procurement of the government, and finally the efficiency of the Hungarian pandemic measures. Establishing local governments was one of the most important reform agendas in Hungary after the fall of communism and the political transition that took place in 1989. During this period, the society demanded access to the democratic rights on the local level. The establishment of local and regional municipal governments satisfied this public need. The primary principle followed during the legislative establishment of these local governments was the act of decentralization. As a result, municipal governments enjoyed high levels of autonomy. The model of public administration remained essentially unchanged until the currently governing Fidesz-KDNP coalition won the parliamentary elections in 2010 with a constitutional majority, and that is a two-thirds majority in Hungary. After Fidesz, which defines itself as a conservative Christian right-wing party, had come into power, significant change was made in the public administration that also affected local governments. Public administration became strongly centralized and the municipal autonomy of the municipal governments decreased. Starting in 2011, municipal governments were moved under the legislative control of local government offices. Previously, municipal government's legislative control was delegated to the local administrative offices. Even this new moniker of the public administration unit expresses the growing governmental influence on the local law. Moreover, leaders of the local government offices are delegated by the Prime Minister. This type of delegation is evidently political. For example, the head of the government office in Budapest 7th district is the previous mayor of the district and also the member of the Fidesz party. The situation is the same in most government offices. In conclusion, after 20 years, the politically neutral legislative control of municipal governments has been eliminated with the establishment of government offices. To a certain degree, municipal governments are still operating as decentralized units of the public administration. However, their autonomy, decision-making, and management authority decreased significantly. To mention a few examples, municipal borrowing must be approved by the government. The new municipal laws defines municipal wealth as a part of national wealth. Public schools are no longer operated by municipal governments. For a better understanding of the next section of my presentation, it's important to refer to the results of the 2019 municipal elections. As mentioned before, the Hungarian governing party, Fidesz, won the 2010 parliamentary election with 2/3 majority, as well as the following two parliamentary elections. With this authorization, the Hungarian constitution, cardinal laws, and the electoral law were altered in a way that served the political will of the governing party. Fidesz had no real challengers in the parliamentary elections in 2014 or 2018. The 2019 municipal elections, however, was a major turning point. The reason behind this change was the strategic cooperation of the opposition parties. As a result of this cooperation, there was only one opposition candidate in every and mayor candidate in every electoral district. This way, opposition votes were not fragmented, and politicians of the opposition parties were able to challenge politicians of Fidesz one-on-one. This method helped the opposition to counteract the effects of the electoral law that favored Fidesz. This cooperation proved quite successful. For instance, as a result of this coordination, Fidesz won only 9 of the 23 seats of Budapest City Council. Furthermore, Gergely Karácsony, the present mayor of Budapest, was also the candidate of the opposition. The cooperation was also successful in cities with a population over 10,000. In these cities, the opposition won 350 more electoral districts than in 2014. In 10 cities with a population over 45,000, the opposition mayoral candidate won the municipal elections, which means several more wins than in 2014. Regardless of the success of the opposition candidates in cities, Fidesz gained more than half of the votes, obviously losing the capital of Hungary, and the fact that the cooperation of the opposition was successful in bigger cities are painful areas for the governing party. The government measures during the recent COVID-19 pandemic, my next topic, can be interpreted as a political reaction to the results of the municipal elections in 2019. After summarizing the results of the 2019 municipal elections, in the following part of my talk, I will describe the COVID pandemic measures implemented in Hungary, and I will link it with the way the central government deals with the municipal governments. In essence, the Hungarian government's measures during the recent COVID-19 pandemic continue to increase centralization. As a response to the challenges posed by the pandemic, the government adopted a special legal order, which resulted in the central government seizing most decision-making and management authority. Hungary declared the state of emergency on 11th of March 2020. The state of emergency is still ongoing, although with some short breaks. The state of emergency is a period of time in which a special legal order is applied. It's described in Hungary's fundamental law as follows. In the event of natural and industrial disaster endangering lives and property, or in order to mitigate the consequences thereof, the government shall declare a state of danger and may introduce emergency measures defined in an implementing act. The ongoing state of emergency does not necessarily entail restriction measures. However, it enables the government to govern through direct government decrees instead of consulting the parliament. In March of 2020, the opposition in the parliament supported the declaration of the state of emergency. But a year later, the opposition parties refused to support the extension of the state of emergency due to the fact that the government misused the special legal order. Regardless of their objection, the governmental majority of the parliament extended the state of emergency without the opposition party. Essentially, Fidesz's parliamentary majority authorized the Fidesz-led government to govern by government decrees. Later on, the state of emergency was again prolonged despite the fact that the other restrictions aimed to control the pandemic were lifted. As a result of this new setup, the measures taken during the COVID-19 pandemic were declared by government decrees without consulting the parliament and the opposition parties. This procedure is sanctioned by the country's fundamental law. However, without consulting the parliament, governmental decrees remain in force only for 15 days. As a reaction to this restriction, the parliament, again with the Fidesz majority, authorized the government to extend this 15 days limit to the end of the state of emergency. It's obvious that the government governing by government decrees has the advantage of fast decision making. On the other hand, there were many cases in which such government decrees were issued in this situation that can hardly be interpreted as direct COVID-19 measures. Some examples. One government decree suspended the midterm elections until the end of the state of emergency. Another government decree established a special economic area near the city of God, led by an opposition mayor who objected to the government's public investment project in this area. Being designated as a special economic area means that the city's local business tax incomes were halved. 140 governmental and non-governmental companies with activities related to the pandemic measures were specially designated by the Ministry of Defense. According to this decree, the government is able to take direct management authority over this company if necessary. It's highly questionable whether the declaration of state of emergency was a necessary COVID measure in Hungary, or if it would have been possible to find an alternative, less controversial and authoritarian legislative method. Many argue that the general Hungarian health laws already grant broad rights for the government in pandemic situation, so the state of emergency is an unnecessary and extreme measure. Another issue with the government decrees is that often they were legally and substantively inconsistent and purely codified. In many instances, the executors of the decrees had no time to prepare for their implementation. For example, when a government decree was declared on a Friday that prolonged the online education of primary and secondary schools from the Monday. Until the declaration of this particular decree, it was not evident whether the schools should be opened or closed. Zsolt Sámén, the Deputy Prime Minister of Hungary, explained the government's reason for continuously extending the state of emergency. The last year of the pandemic proved that the previously adopted special and temporary legal order helped the fast decision-making. The most important ambition of Hungary is to outstrip the pandemic as soon as possible. As I mentioned before, autonomy of the municipal governments decreased after 2010. As a result, the democratic role of municipal governments was also reduced. The pandemic measures further contributed to this reduction. After the declaration of state of emergency, there were two periods when the operation of the city councils were suspended, from March 2020 to June 2020 and from November 2020 to June 2021. During these two periods, city councils could hold no formal meetings, and all the municipal rights were exercised by mayors. Municipal governments tackled the pandemic in this weakened state. Moreover, they also received additional tasks and obligations assigned by government decrees. It's obvious that these obligations required large proportion of their budget, further weakening their positions. Such tasks delegated by the government include basic care to people in home quarantine, additional tasks and expenditure in primary health care, higher demand of cleaning, disinfection, and prevention measures. Additional tasks and expenditure in primary social care, for example, providing internet for local students for online learning, providing masks for those in need, cleaning, disinfection expenses. Despite this additional municipal tax, there were significant divestment initiated by the government starting in 2020, such as in Hungary, there is a so-called solidarity contribution paid by the municipal governments of cities with a population over 22,000 to the central government budget. Normally, the amount of the solidarity contribution is based on the local tax revenues. The government, in many cases, almost doubled the amount of this contribution. Car taxes, which are significant revenue stream for municipal governments, are instead paid directly to the central government budget since 2020. Local taxes on advertising were abolished. Local business tax was not claimed for certain companies. The municipal governments were banned from charging fees for the use of public space by restaurants or other institutions. Taxation of tourism was suspended. In Hungary, collecting parking fees is a municipal task and an important local revenue. As a pandemic measure, the government made parking free of charge and took away this source of income as well. Let's see a specific example of how much these measures cost municipal government. The 9th district of Budapest, the 2020 budget originally calculated with a 15 billion forint income. The amount of the governmental divestment was at about 3 billion forint. So in this situation, the government decreased the municipal incomes by 20%. The extra cost of the pandemic measures combined with this divestment resulted in the deterioration of the services provided by municipal governments. And in many cases, municipal budgets came close to bankruptcy. These trends are now threatening the whole institution of municipal governments. The above-mentioned steps taken by the government can be interpreted as a measure to make local governments impossible, especially for opposition-led municipalities, rather than steps aimed for successful pandemic measures. This interpretation is underpinned by the fact that in December 2020, a government decree assigned a significant amount of budget, almost exclusively for Fidesz-led municipal governments, by taking no steps to aid opposition-led districts. After declaring the state of emergency, the government carried out several high-value procurements. Some of these procurements were unnecessary, and there were ever-present allegations of corruption. In this last part of my talk, I will present some of these cases. The Ministry of Foreign Affairs purchased 16,000 respirators for 807 million euros in 2020. Hungary already had 2,000 respirators at the time, and hospitals also purchased 2,500 respirators. This way, the total number of respirators came to more than 20,000. This number of respirators would only have been necessary if the intensity of the pandemic were 250 times higher. It's important to highlight that Hungarian healthcare did not have the human capacity that was needed to even operate this amount of respirators. The Ministry of Foreign Affairs purchased 6,258 of the 16,000 machines from a Malaysian company called GR Technologies. The first contract signed referred only to a smaller number of respirators, with a lower price of $73,500 per unit. However, in the final contract, the average price was raised to $89,500 per unit. This way, the respirator cost Hungarians 178 billion forints, more than $559 million. A closer examination of this procurement revealed that the government did not directly pay the purchase price to GR Technologies, instead it went to other companies. Moreover, later examination revealed that two types of the purchased respirators were unusable and life-threatening. GR Technologies is in the interest of Vinod Chakard, a Malaysian businessman. There are a lot of international scandals related to Vinod Chakard. For example, Bruce Willis has sued him and his company over a $2 million investment. There is an arrest warrant against him that the court failed to execute because he was abroad. Furthermore, Vinod Chakard states he has never had business involving healthcare equipment before his involvement with this Hungarian procurement. The only reason he was involved this time was that Hungarian government officials directly asked for his help. After completing this business, Vinod Chakard purchased a yacht and a jet. He certainly had the means to do this, as his estimated referral fee received from the Hungarian government was at about 157 million euros. The Hungarian government confirmed that it is still in contact with Vinod Chakard. However, they refuse to answer further questions by the press or opposition politicians on this matter. The Hungarian company For Cardinal Consulting was also involved in these respirator procurements. The Ministry of Foreign Affairs purchased 1,000 respirators from this company. Before 2020, the net turnover of the company was at about 619,000 euros. In 2020, however, they demonstrated an incredible business result. The turnover increased to 133 million euros because of the respirator procurements. That year, the owners of this company shared a 40 million euros payment of dividend. For context, the former CEO of this company is the sister of Viktor Orbán's chief advisor. In September of 2020, despite these impressive business results, the owners initiated the liquidation of the company. In conclusion, Hungary purchased respirators from suspicious companies for 1550 times of the regular price. The purchased quantity was unjustified, while the quality of the respirators was questionable. Furthermore, Orbán's chief advisor circle of interest and the Malaysian swindler have also appeared in the procurement. As a reaction to these operations, Transparency International sued the Hungarian government. The list of other suspicious cases related to the respirator procurement could go on, but these examples are sufficient to illustrate how the Hungarian government used the pandemic to further their own and their business partners' financial interests. The Hungarian vaccination program started relatively fast, since the government started the procurement of the then readily available, although by the EU still unauthorized, Chinese Sinopharm vaccine. As a result, the Hungarian vaccination coverage grew impressively during the spring and the early summer of 2021. Despite these particular advantages, the authorization of the Sinopharm vaccine in Hungary was scandalous. The main issue was that, in order to make the Hungarian use the Sinopharm vaccine possible, the government shortened the normally applicable time period of the authorization process with a government decree. After the declaration of this government decree, the Hungarian Medicine Agency almost immediately authorized the use of the Sinopharm vaccine. The European Medicine Agency did not even start the authorization process at this point. At the same time, the Hungarian government started direct negotiations with the manufacturer of the Sinopharm vaccine, even before the Hungarian authorization process ended or the European process started. Despite these initial direct contracts, the Hungarian government did not purchase the vaccine directly from the manufacturer, but from a Hungarian company called Danubia Pharma. Danubia Pharma started the procurement of 5 million doses of vaccine for at about 134 million euros. However, there was absolutely no apparent reason to use an intermediary in this transaction. On one hand, the Hungarian government at this point already had direct contact to the manufacturer because of the respirator procurement. The government also confirmed that they had direct negotiations with Sinopharm. On the other hand, the intermediary company took no further responsibilities in the contract. Thus, their role remained unjustified. Between 2015 and 2019, the turnover of Danubia Pharma continuously decreased. But in 2020, it increased to 9 million euros. In 2021, after the vaccine procurement, their turnover was 16 times higher than before. It's also important to highlight that this company had no experience in any procurement of this scale. While the purchase prices are not known to the public, certain estimations state that Danubia Pharma made a profit of about 72 million euros on the deal. Stella George, Port Louis, is one of the suspicious persons connected to the Danubia Pharma. Port Louis is connected to an Australian businessman called Geoffrey Taylor, who can also be connected to many suspicious business dealings. His companies laundered money for Mexican drug cartels. A company linked to him rented an airplane and smuggled Soviet weapons from North Korea to Iran. And another company that can be also linked to him is part of the biggest Russian tax fraud incident. It was revealed that the CEO of Danubia Pharma, Mati Tuza, is an accountant whose biggest procurer is Mark Szerevényi. Mark Szerevényi is the brother-in-law of László Szabó, who is the former Deputy Minister of Foreign Affairs. There are some similarities between vaccine and respirator procurements. In both cases, the government started to do business with suspicious companies without experience in the field of these kinds of procurements. Furthermore, in both cases, some key persons can be linked to the government as well. Finally, it's worth taking a look at the assessment of the pandemic measures in Hungary. Thanks to the early procurement of Eastern vaccines, despite the potential of corruption, in the early months, Hungary had one of the best vaccine coverages in Europe. Up until July of 2021, the Hungarian vaccination program seemed highly successful. Afterwards, however, the vaccination activity decreased. Currently, the vaccination coverage is not outstanding compared to other European countries. It's also important to mention that some scientific research has also revealed that the Sinopharm vaccine, which was widely used in the early period of vaccination, especially in case of the most vulnerable elderly population, is less effective than other Western vaccines. Recently, the vaccination rate in Hungary is below the EU average. Unfortunately, the population-based mortality of COVID-19 also indicates that the Hungarian pandemic measures were not sufficiently successful. At the peak of the third wave on the 22nd of April 2021, Hungarian population-based mortality was the highest in the world. At the moment, Hungary is at the beginning of the fourth wave of the pandemic. On the 7th of November 2021, Hungary still had one of the worst population-based mortality records in Europe. As I mentioned before, the Hungarian government used the municipal divestment as a kind of punishment on cities with opposition leadership. After declaring the state of emergency and the start of the special legal order, the Hungarian government delegated additional tasks to the municipal governments by reducing municipal incomes. It's evident that in this situation, the municipal governments were less efficient, while at the same time carrying out indispensable pandemic measures. In addition, there are government procurements involving suspicious companies and persons linked to the government that seem to be more in the interest of the government than the Hungarian population in general. Looking at the graphs I showed previously, we are led to the conclusion that many of the pandemic measures taken by the Hungarian government merely favored companies and people connected to the government or are aligned to the government's political interests. At the same time, the rights, interest, health, protection of the Hungarian people are sidelined. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much, Attila. I mean, all your speech was really, very interesting and raised so many sensitive issues that, I mean, really deserve great attention from all of us. Just mentioning the corruption in procurement and mentioning, I mean, all those there is, I mean, all the problems that are currently going on in the Hungarian society and politics even more. So now, if there are comments, questions, any kind of proposal by other panelists or other people that want to intervene before the break that we're going to have for lunch, and then we will meet again at 2 o'clock to continue with other important contribution by Sweden, another one about Italy and Czech Republic. So any question?
Okay,
Any other comments? Yes, Ricardo? No.
I think we can take the lunch break then, Emma, and meet
Okay.
2 p.m.
Yeah, I think it's a good idea. Okay. Also because, I mean, all the speeches were very intense and rich, and so maybe we need a little bit of time to, to reflect. Okay, so let's meet again at 2 o'clock then, okay?
Perfect.
2 o'clock. Have a good lunch and see you later.
Thank you. Benissimo. Ok. Vabbè. Sì. Ok. E va. Svedese. Lo svedese e poi abbiamo... Ah, sì. Ah, sì. 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 Ma va bene, infatti. Sì, sì. Qualcuno di voi ha mai usato Verbo? Tipo un Airbnb. Ok. Storia di soldi? Maenghia, addirittura. Azza, questa è notizione, oh. Porco Giuda. break! È coffee break, signori! Beh, oddio, su questo ti dirò. Vero, con la ringa affumicata a colazione non è che mi entusiasma come concetto, però... Vedete?
peccato. Non posso prendere un caffè? No, io grazie, non prendo un caffè, magari che peccato sei quella sì, sì, grazie. Caffè non prendo mai caffè da quando non prendevo la quella. È bello. Perché anni lì. Quindi Emma starà in... Emma è da remoto. Io ho detto, considerando che poi alle 2:30 la casa si riempie, i figli che arrivano da scuola, mia moglie che gestisce le cose. Meglio venire a cosa? A delle slide? No, non slide, solo lettura. No, le slide sono io. No, non slide. Io nell'altro teorico politico non uso slide. Quello è più un compito dei economisti, della scienza politica. Libero. Grazie.
Mi tolgo?
No, rimani senza problemi,
Io ho già parlato.
ho visto stamattina che varie cose mi sono collegato un momento. Visto che c'è allora, come discorsi. Sarebbe anche bisogna spostare Gianmarco un po' in là, così potete fare tutti e tre. Perché lì a Capotavola siamo fuori dall'inquadratura. Dove stai? Sto facendo una mattina un caffè? Ah, sì. Chiedi gentilmente un caffè, sicuramente tu lo gradisci. Io no, non lo so bene. Non lo so bene. Lui lo gradisce, lui è il dottor Guido. Perché è possibile, grazie. Zucchero? Sì, no, va. semplicemente per scrivere delle cose del programma.
Ok, no, sì, giusto perché...
No,
se vuoi anche dire, perché sennò non diciamo che viene a fare delle gambe. Vabbè, già che ci sto, le ricordo di parlare molto vicino al microfono, se no tutti non sentono assolutamente. No, no, giusto cioè, vicinanza tra il microfono e la bocca.
Questa è tua?
No, quindi di Gianmarco.
Di Gianmarco, sì. Però forse devi parlarsi. Come vuoi? Hai finito?
Ho già finito.
Ok.
Se c'è qualche domanda mi possono fare, eventualmente
Rintervieni.
intervengo, ma sono fatto sparire. Sparire là.
Sparire no.
Sparire no. Qui sono dei dolcetti che per volta erano sul tavolo, li abbiamo messi là per in mondovisione non era il caso. Non era il caso di tenere in mondovisione.
Dei dolcetti che devono andare per caso in mondovisione.
Meglio di no.
Io mi metto lì, Alessandro lo faccio in telefono, ce li metti per abilità.
Lo rimetto là?
Sì, bisogna prendere delle mani, delle cose, mi passa qualche foglio, perché qui ormai chi dove insegni? Che cosa insegni? Politica. Quindi insegno un attimo di linguaggio politico, filosofia politica. Però mi accorgo che qua più passano gli anni, più quando guardavo il mio professore, ormai 96 anni, dicevo, oddio mio, chissà come diventerò io, ma io già oltre i 50 sembro un Matusalemme.
Beh, l'accelerazione.
La signorina mi guarda, non esteticamente, ma mentalmente.
L'accelerazione di quello
Mamma mia.
che viviamo noi.
Su ogni cosa che devo fare diventa un'impresa. E poi le dice c'è bisogno di uno staff.
Da un punto di vista tecnologico,
No, non tanto tecnologico, quanto nella gestione delle mie giornate, tra le lezioni, la preparazione delle lezioni, gli interventi, gli articoli, i convegni, i seminari. Un mondo. Per cui c'è lui che è molto bravo in un ambito, e ogni cosa che facciamo su questi livelli c'è sempre lui. Poi ce n'ho uno all'università che fa in altro ambito, poi abbiamo Andrea Cesolini che si occupa di tutta la parte burocratica. Quindi alla fine diciamo c'è, però come dire,
Perché tanto io non so.
Alessandro,
non
mettiti
deve
qua.
guardare.
Se mi fa qualche domanda, sì, ma...
No, è meglio se vi mettete dico, a portare il microfono.
Allora tu metti qua, se no qua o là.
Cioè, non si può togliere quella borsa.
Questa è di Gianmarco.
Vabbè, si mette
Mettila qua e tu ti metti qua allora.
Lei pure deve parlare.
No, lui fa l'interventista. Chi altro c'è più vicino? E allora si mette a stare. Allora facciamo così, ci possiamo mettere pure più larghi.
Sì, no, infatti.
Allora, tu ti puoi mettere
dove
qua.
volete.
Io mi metto qua, lui si mette lì e qui c'è pure il posto per Gianmarco. La bottiglia d'acqua, grazie, almeno ce l'abbiamo pronta. Poi il 14 di dicembre abbiamo la presentazione del libro del Presidente, signorina. 14 dicembre ci sarà tutto lo staff? La Sapienza. Se servo sì, se no no.
Questo mi sa che è tutto di Gianmarco, questo qui. Sì, sì, no, infatti ho rubato il posto, adesso dopo magari lo spostiamo lì, più centrale. Questo
Allora, tutti e tre i microfoni accesi insieme non possono stare.
ok, questo lo posso spengere, tanto Gianmarco lo mette.
Enrico, buongiorno.
Ciao Emma.
Ciao Enrico, buongiorno, ben arrivato. Ben
Biblioteca,
arrivato.
grazie.
Ma tu c'eri anche stamattina oppure sei arrivato ora?
Stamattina mi sono collegato in presenza e ho visto qui il collega mentre aveva lui il suo intervento. Poi sono arrivato con più calma perché nel frattempo la moto si è bloccata per dei motivi tecnici e ho detto a questo punto approfitto, vado in metropolitana perché qui in macchina non avrei avuto modo
Hai
di...
fatto bene, no, no, hai fatto benissimo. No, no, è stata una bella mattinata e quindi il pomeriggio sarà altrettanto interessante.
Senti Emma, ancora più vicino? Ok. Ti dicevo, hai saputo poi di Caravita?
Ah, guarda, lo sai, mi è dispiaciuto moltissimo, anche perché ne avevamo parlato proprio, ti ricordi, con te, quando
Sì,
si trattava di presentare il libro del presidente che si era detto,
sì,
Caravita, però ha detto è molto impegnato e quindi non ci avevamo detto, va, facciamo una cosa con i più giovani,
sì.
ma mi è dispiaciuto moltissimo, guarda, anche perché io ho collaborato con lui l'anno scorso a quel libro su Roma,
Ah,
Roma
sì, sì, sì.
Capitale, e l'avevo trovato molto magro, però non sapevo che non stava bene.
Sì.
E invece...
Praticamente sì, già da qualche tempo, però non
Sì, si era
pensavo
dimagrito tantissimo.
che fosse così imminente. Poi hanno fatto la Camera Ardente lì nell'atrio di giurisprudenza.
Non a scienze politiche.
Quell'atrio che divide il Dipartimento di Economia,
Sì.
l'atrio grande che poi va a giurisprudenza,
Mm,
che
sì, no,
sarebbe
sì, è stata una cosa molto
interessante.
triste, sì, molto, molto triste. Ma voi lo sapevate, cioè ve l'aspettavate, diciamo.
Qualcosa
Sapevate.
sapevamo, ma
Ah,
non in maniera
ho
dettagliata.
capito, ho capito. Vabbè, insomma, sì, molto triste, sì.
E vabbè,
Vabbè, Gianmarco, ricominciamo, dammi tu il via, quando è il caso.
Sì, ora perché abbiamo ancora questa schermata blu, appena riappare... Tu ci vedi, Emma? No?
Io sì, vedo tutta la sala. Adesso vi vedo lontani, nel senso che lo zoom è sulla sala.
Metti lo zoom, Fe. Togli non si può levare l'anteprima. Ah, eccoci. Ok. We should be... Federica? Ok.
Okay.
No. Sì, sì, assolutamente.
Gianmarco, Magnusec c'è, giusto?
Sì, sì, sì.
E
Sì.
poi, vabbè, poi c'è Enrico Graziani e
Then we have
poi
Nico, and then Noah Brooks.
e Noah che è il collegato. Ok, d'accordo.
Just a second, we are
Yes.
setting the live streaming, I think. Puoi ingrandire te? Io adesso? Eccoci qua. Siamo? Vado, Fede? Ok. Vado, Fede? Okay, Emma, we can proceed with the second panel. Yes, we're good.
Okay, thank you, Gianmarco. Hello to everybody again. After this quite very interesting morning, we start the second round of our event, and with Magnus Ek, member of the Swedish Parliament Environmental Policy spokesperson. This is going to discuss with us the case of Sweden. Magnus, the floor is yours. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Emma, and it's a pleasure to be here. It would have been an even greater pleasure to have some of you with me in Stockholm, but I think we all understand why that isn't the case. And my name is Magnus Ek, as you said. I'm a member of parliament for Östergötland, and I dare you all to try and pronounce the name of my constituency, but it's in the southeast of Sweden. And as you said, I'm also the environmental policy spokesperson for the Centre Party. I won't be speaking pretty much at all about environmental policy, but rather about decentralization, the pandemic in the case of Sweden, and how these, which lessons I think we can stand to learn from the Swedish case of handling the pandemic within our half decentralized system. I should start by saying that the Centre Party, for those of you who don't know, is really a decentralist decentralist green liberal party. We have our roots are from the agrarian movement in Sweden. We're about 100 years old and was formed as an agrarian party when democracy really struck through on broad terms in Sweden in the 1920s. We've evolved a bit since then. I'd like to believe that we still have our agrarian roots, and with that comes our decentralist agenda. Personally, I tend to believe that if a decision can be taken or can be made, hopefully by individuals themselves, and if not, as close as possible to the local level or at the local level, that is a good thing. And I think that's something that you should bear in mind while hearing me speak about this, that I'm politically really a decentralist. So that might shape my views. I'll just let you decide for yourself. But I think that's a good thing to know about me before I start speaking about Sweden, the pandemic, and decentralization. And I also hope that you guys can hear me okay. I know that's a question that's been posed 1,000 times, but I'd just like to check. Thank you. So if we start really with the basics, Sweden is kind of both a very centralized country and an extremely decentralized country compared to our European neighbors. We have a strong history of a strong central state. That's really what really enabled us to make war with our neighbors during the 17th century. I'm sure Pavel has studied a bit of history about that and can confirm that not everything coming from a strong centralized state is a good thing. It also gives you the capability to invade your neighbors. And for a couple of hundred years, we really took that that option. Times have changed, thank God for that. But counter to this history of a strong central state really formed around the monarch and then around the national government, we also have a very strong history of self-ruling and quite independent local municipalities going back to the church municipalities. And a lot of social services and local decisions have been made and have the power to regulate that have stayed at the local level. So quite a strongly decentralized system. If you compare Sweden to a country like the United Kingdom or France, they have, you know, if you compare Sweden to a lot of countries, at least in Western Europe, a lot of the day-to-day runnings of what you meet as a local citizen is run by the local municipality. And we also have a very strong system of legislation that states that these things should be decided at the local level. The state can set the framework, but local self-rule and the municipal self-rule is regulated within law. And for me and my colleagues as parliamentarians, there are things that we cannot do if they infringe on local self-rule. And I think that's a good thing to keep in mind, that we have both this tradition of a strong central state, but paired with very strong local government and strong municipalities. Functionally, in between the local level, the local municipality, which run the schools, which run local planning, for example, and which run care for pensioners and the elderly. You have the regions, and the regions are mainly responsible for public transport and for hospital care. So not the care of the elderly, but of other forms of social welfare and hospital care. So that's the three levels: the national state, the regions, and the municipalities. And traditionally, when it comes to crisis management, that's also something which we have a readiness to handle crisis. Crisis planning, for example, that's something which we have a quite strong history of as well, mainly thanks to or stemming from the Cold War, where you had a quite strong system for planning for crises, not just military crisis, but mainly that. And where civil defense and civil crisis management was an integral part of crisis management. So the threat which we really prepared for was war with Russia. And Sweden, which at least officially was a neutral country, had to have a strong defense force and had really a strong defense planning, which had to be prepared for an all-out invasion, mainly from Russia. We didn't say so at the time, but that everyone knew that that was the case. That if we ever went to war, it would be with Russia and sadly the Eastern Bloc and the Warsaw Pact. And it was thought at the time that this wouldn't be a small war. This would be quite a large World War type conflict. That this would be all out. We would be on the fringe of Europe. But if we ever got into that situation, the planning had to take into account that this would be not just a regional war, but quite a large global conflict. And that meant planning not just on meeting Russian forces at the border, but planning for really quite a comprehensive defense planning for all of society, not just militarily, but civilly as well. And that was really connected to other types of crises. For example, if you had flash floods, forest fires, etc. And after the fall of the Berlin Wall and the end of the Cold War, Berlin Wall and end of the Cold War, a lot of this defense planning was scrapped or fell into decay. And it was felt that the risk of conflict had decreased, and perhaps investments in defense, but also in planning for crises also declined after the end of the Cold War. And that meant that Sweden over the last 2 or 3 decades had we used to have quite a comprehensive system, taking into account planning for crisis on the local level, which had a very clear-cut set of responsibilities for each level, the national state, the region, and the local municipality. And that kind of total defense planning fell away after the end of the Cold War, and a lot of that system was downgraded and wasn't prioritized. And that shows in how we handle crises today, both the COVID crisis and, for example, when we have large regional crises within Sweden. When we have large forest fires, we had a couple of, for Sweden at least, large forest fires a couple of years back. And one of the lessons we drew from that was that the planning and the system and the clear-cut set of responsibility of who does what in the local municipality, who does what in the local region, who does what within the system of state agencies, that was no longer clear-cut. If we have a crisis now, people don't really know what to do, to be frank. And over the last few years, 5, 6, 10 years, we have seen a growing insight that our planning has been weakened, and that this is something that we have to address as a country and as a nation, and with something which we have to address at every level. And that meant that some civil crisis planning and crisis management has been started ramped up. When we had a large agreement within Parliament on defense spending over the last few years, when we've had these kind of large decisions on that, civil crisis management and civil defense has been an integral part of that, and there is a political will to start to rebuild that. But I'm giving you this as a background to COVID management in Sweden, because this was one of the things that was very clear over spring 2020, when COVID started spreading, when we had mass spreading in Europe, when we got mass spreading in Sweden. This was one of the things that was quite apparent, that no one had really planned for a drawn out health crisis and combating a pandemic and combating a virus. And I think that background is good to have when you look at how Sweden handled the pandemic over 2020. Is that one of the first things that I think we can learn from this is when we met the crisis as a nation, we didn't just meet it as a nation. We met it as a nation, as a set of regions, and as 290 municipalities. And crisis management has differed widely between these municipalities, between the regions. But most of all, it wasn't clear it wasn't really a clear-cut thing who had, for example, the responsibility for ensuring that we had safety masks that for people working in healthcare. Give me a second, I have to turn on the light again. As a measure for saving electricity, the lights go out in Parliament meeting rooms. So when you're alone in here, it doesn't really realize that the room isn't empty. So that might happen again. I'm terribly sorry.
That's fine.
Smart environmental policy, but not so practical. So the pandemic and really the first months were quite chaotic, as I'm sure they were all over Europe. But one of the things we learned that, okay, no one really knows who does what. Okay, so where are the safety masks? How do we distribute how do we distribute the things we need to combat the pandemic in the pandemic within the healthcare system, and to protect, for example, elderly people living in care homes? And we have had a large death rate within care homes and quite a stressed national health system. We're not the only European country to have that, but that could have been met a lot more efficiently and a lot more safely for people, for example, working within the healthcare system, if we had had a decent civil planning for meeting these kind of crises. And that is something which we will have to combat in the future. Some problems stemmed from this decentralized system of healthcare as well, which I don't think necessarily reflects bad on decentralizing these kinds of decisions. But if you have a decentralized system, you have to plan for combating this in cooperation, in collaboration between the municipalities and regions. For example, we had some municipalities which had bought in safety masks and had an abundance of these. but it wasn't, they weren't really willing to share with other municipalities because they weren't sure, okay, so who's paying for this? If we give away our safety masks, will we be able to import more? These kind of really practical issues is something that has to be managed before a crisis. And in a decentralized system, that becomes even more important because my municipality with 8,000 people can't really go out and try to, in a crisis, import, for example, safety masks from China. Someone else has to help us plan for that. And that was one of the, I think, big lessons that we can draw from spring of 2020. And I know that if I move on, I know that the Swedish model of combating the pandemic, especially for the first 6 months, has been widely criticized within Sweden and without Sweden. I think one of the things you have to realize is that some of this is relevant, some of this isn't, and some of this stems from our decentralized system. For example, I don't think one of the things we learned is that we don't have the legislation really in a pandemic close down shops and businesses in a straightforward way, and in a straightforward way that ensures that when we close down your shop, you will be compensated by the state for not being able to run your shop. And in a country like Sweden, that is something which is expected from small business owners, that if I can't run my business, I will be in some way compensated and not have to close my business down. The legislation for doing that wasn't there within the first 6 months. That was something which we had to create. They still closed down some businesses. For example, bars were closed down and had restrictions on them. But the state did that through the legislation meant to regulate the sales of alcohol. So they didn't say, okay, we'll close down your bar. They said, you can't sell food and drinks at your bar. And if you can sell food and drinks at a bar, the bar is closed. And that also shows the kind of weird way which Swedish legislation worked when we had to use it to close down certain businesses. And we didn't have a national lockdown. And personally, I'm not sure that the Swedish people would have tolerated a national lockdown in the way which we have seen in some European countries. For example, I'm extremely impressed at the level of acceptance for national lockdowns in some European countries, and for example, in France. And I don't think that, these nature-loving Swedes, they're fine with not being able to go to the bar. They're fine with working from home, or as fine as you can be. They're fine with not going to the movies, but not being able to go for a stroll in the woods, that would be a hard thing. And we also had some problems stemming from the Swedish people's love for nature, in that when we had we didn't have a national lockdown, but society lockdown, especially in the cities and in the larger cities. And what do Swedish people do then? They pack their things in their car and they go to their country house. So in April of 2020, I live in the countryside and way out in the countryside. As I said, my municipality has 8,000 citizens. My local village has about 800. And all of a sudden, I talked to the owners of my local store, and they said that, okay, so we're selling goods for about 8 times the amount of money which we did during April 2019. And you can infer backwards from that is that we had the Swedes would usually go for 2 or 3 weeks in the summer to the countryside. They stay at a local country house or with a friend. They left the cities. If they had a possibility, if they were working from home, they left the larger cities. And that put a stress on the local municipalities. We always have that kind of stress each summer when we're 10 times the amount of people we usually are. But we had to handle that not for 2 or 3 months, but for 7 or 8 months in the year. And I don't think we were really ready for that. And that is, once again, one of the problems with decentralizing. So if this is a conference about decentralization and handling that in a pandemic, I should also point out some of the benefits we have had from this decentralized system. It is easier to respond quickly to some things. For example, if we have a large spread within a few parts of the country, it's easier to combat that within the local region and within the local municipalities. We could be quite sharp on our toes. For large parts of the pandemic, we had a large spread of the virus in the capital region. But a much lower spread in the north of Sweden and in the south of Sweden. And you're able to you're much more agile in responding to the situation from the local level. if we'd run one of the criticisms that we've had is that we run this, that the state has really decided the measures in a large part from the spread within the capital region and not out in the country. And I don't know if you've ever been to Sweden, but it's quite a difference between the south of Sweden, which looks and feels pretty much like Germany, and the north of Sweden, which feels like the north of Finland. And basically, we have very different problems within a crisis, from the south of Sweden to the capital region to the north of Sweden, and often these problems within regions as well. And we saw that one of the problems we were having is people often commute over quite long distances in Sweden, which means that we can have quite a fast spread of the virus. And that's something which we had to handle on the local level. And I really think that the decentralized power over the healthcare system and social services, for example, has helped in that. And if you don't like national lockdowns, this is a fantastic system, because I don't think that we can really lock the nation down. We can do it, and we can have a functional lockdown. And for large parts of this pandemic, we have had, but it's very hard to just close down the whole of Sweden over the weekend. I would like to state some problems which I see with centralized national decisions within the Nordic region, because that's been one of the big problems we're having. We have quite a large group of people within our border regions with Denmark, with Norway, with Finland, commuting across the border. We've had open borders for a very long time. It's very natural for people to shop in the neighboring country, to work in the neighboring country, to have friends and relatives in the neighboring country. And we oftentimes have people marrying over the border. And when we had the spread of the pandemic and states locked down their borders, that was a massive issue in the south of Sweden, on the border with Norway, and up in the north of Sweden on the border with Finland. We had a very problematic situation for Åland, which is kind of an island region between Sweden and Finland, and an autonomous territory where people mainly work in Sweden, but it is an autonomous territory in Finland. When Finland closed down the borders, we had a lot of people stuck in the neighboring countries. I'm sure you recognize these kinds of problems. And the problem there is that we've had closed borders, or functionally closed borders, between, for example, Skåne in the south of Sweden and Denmark, at times when Denmark has had a larger spread of the virus. And national decisions don't really take into account these kind of regional needs, these kind of regional realities. And that is a big part of what we have to solve for the future. Even if the next pandemic isn't a crisis, or if next crisis isn't a pandemic, if it's a regional conflict in Eastern Europe, if it's something else that kind of shuts down trade and mobility, that is something which Nordic region has to handle as a Nordic region, and where we have to look at the local realities during the crisis. And if you don't believe me, I can tell you for a fact that the most important harbor in Norway isn't even in Norway. It's Gothenburg in Sweden. That is where most of the goods coming in via sea to Norway come through Sweden via Gothenburg. And a problem during the pandemic is that we closed down a lot of that mobility. And that is something that has to be handled locally, and where I think that national government's insensibility to the local needs and the local realities has been a huge problem during this pandemic, and has also hurt cross-border relations for a long time moving forward. I think that I'm pretty much ready to wrap up about the situation in Sweden. I look forward to your questions. I'm sure there are some things that I haven't managed to cover. I'm quite positive about that, but this was just a fast look at how Sweden functions within a crisis, within a half decentralized system, some of the drawbacks and some of the strengths from that. And I want to, before I wrap up and leave the floor to our next speaker, I would like to remind you what I said at the beginning of this small speech, is that even if it's not practically feasible, there are often democratic reasons to leave decision making to the local level. It's very hard to know your state ministers or know your parliamentarians on a first name basis, but I know exactly who runs my municipality. And within 3 minutes, I can have them on the phone. That is a really helpful thing within these situations as well. I think it's democratically sound, but it's also can be quite good thing when you're handling this pandemic and when you're handling a crisis in general. And I know for a fact that this is a reason why they've managed to solve the crisis for small businesses in Åland, this island region between Sweden and Norway, which I mentioned. This is precisely what they did during the first weeks of the pandemic. They sat down with the state minister for Åland and all the local business leaders. And as a result, the state has been very agile in supporting that. That would not have been possible if they didn't have this autonomous self-governing system. With that, I thank you so much, and I leave the floor to you, Emma.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Magnus, for this very interesting reconstruction of the Swedish model. And it's really good to know that, you know, as we knew in some respect, but now much more in details, that in Swedish you have a kind of good combination of centralization and decentralization. And that, I mean, there are very good reasons to have decentralization, especially with respect to the public service provision, but also, as you mentioned at the end of your speech, for political reason and for democratic reason. And I think that now it's perfectly the timing to give the floor to Professor Enrico Graziani, which is going to discuss of decentralization on a political perspective and talking again about Italy. Enrico, please, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Emma. Thank you, everybody. But my question, are confused decentralization a matter of legal theory? Italy is a decentralized, non-federal state based on constitutional recognition on the principle of local autonomy in relation to the principle of pluralism. The Constitutional Court itself, in its ruling of 2007, reiterate that the constitutional debate was firm in ruling out federalist or confederal type models. The choice of decentralization is linked to two keywords that have a certain relevance from the point of view of political theory and analysis of political language. I am referring here to the term efficiency in the administrative sphere and democracy in the sense of accountability, participation, and separation of powers. These words have inspired three phases of the Republican experience: the 1948 Constitution, the ordinary law, and the constitutional reform of 1999 and 2001. In the COVID-SARS-19 era, the two key words, efficiency and democracy, seem to have become obsolete on the part of the central government in allocating specific function to the regions. Some policy analysts, considering functional decentralization as the basis of the Italian legal system, have spoken of confused decentralization caused by an insufficient non-uniformity between politics and policies. The latter are the product of outcome the policy and concern action programs, measures, and interventions. From my point of view, we have seen a decline in decentralization due reasons. Hey, the first reason concerns the nature of central government power, its distribution on transmission, as well as the problem of its exercise and the limits within politics. B, the second one concerns the declaration of the state of emergency in January 2020. With regard to the first point, the question on the limit of power refer back to the theory of Leviathan's power, which in Hobbes' political anthropology the legislation on the basis of the concept given by individuals to the state in the face of dangerous situation. The Leviathan is as well known the giant monster of a biblical tradition that Hobbes took as a symbol on the state, all pervasive power of the individual. Regarding the second point, the state of emergency established on 31 January 2020 was a key moment for Italy as it provided the central government with the coordination for the management of the pandemic through the Civil Protection Department and the presidency of the Council of Ministers. As is well known, the state of emergency gains the government special power that allow it to act in derogation of any urgent provisions. The political theoretical framework on these assertions is based on the extension of the Hobbesian model in Schmittian sense. Carl Schmitt, in his work, The Concept of the Political Make it clear the sovereignty is the one who decide on the cause of exception. The consequences of this statement are very dangerous for constitutional system based on democratic constitutionalism which guarantees fundamental rights and freedoms. It is no coincidence the parliament in authorizing this type of scheme for a limited period. From a constitutional point of view, the principle of the Constitution, what has been lacking for the implementation of a functional decentralization plan, what has been lacking, in my opinion, is coordination between the central government and the territories, which should have been guaranteed by the adoption of a national pandemic plan to be translated into a regional pandemic plan. As is well known, the plan was not up to date, nor was it quickly updated. This shows the unpreparedness with which the first phase on the pandemic was addressed. In this phase of central government weaknesses during the first wave of the pandemic, regional governments were able to experiment with differentiated policies the country spared on the virus. It is in this context that the cooperation between the result of various models should be read. For example, the Lombardy model and the Veneto model. In both models, management mechanisms were found to inadequate. The methodology applied that of the quasi market based on the quality of service through incentives for competition between public and private produce, leaving aside the character of cooperation. Dealing with a pandemic requires cooperation and coordination between different producers and service, with massive intervention by territorial service. The second question. The transition phase lead to the second wave. The state-region dialectic follows two lines, school and seasonal flu. There are still issues of functional decentralization, but in a state of emergency. In Italy, there has been much discussion of the need to centralize health management in order to avoid the different outcomes. The decentralization process has not worked, and the question is whether the different organization model adopted at the regional level are compatible with national legislation. The problem, therefore, concerns functional decentralization. The Constitutional Court has clarified The pandemic management is part of international prophylaxis, an exclusive function of the state. The declaration of state of emergency supports the thesis by providing for derogation from the legislation when this gives some degree of autonomy to the regions. In conclusion, decentralization, in my view, seems so necessary and fundamental for a few reasons. A, for ethno-national characteristics related to the anthropological feature of the population living in the territory of the state to protect anthropological factors. B, due the top fact that strengthening local decentralization is part of European policy objective, as the goals of the EN 2030 agenda. Also emblematic here, the models of regional local decentralization implemented by the Eastern European Republic after the fall on the Berlin Wall in 1989, following the collapse of the communist regime. The countries have followed the principle of Western constitution and the paradigm of democratic constitutionalism process as model. C, because it favors the accession and devolution power based on the principle of constitutionalism. It is necessary in order to provide greater protection for minority on the basis on the principles of solidarity, which can ward off should the nationalism and the sovereignty hovering over Europe. Okay.
Thank you very much, Enrico, for your speech. I think that you underline perfectly the good reason why we still should defend decentralization even after the pandemic. And now we move to another country, and I think that we are going to conclude our meeting today with the speech of Noah Brooks, who is going to tell us about the Czech Republic, and is chairman of the Board of Trustees, Institute for Politics and Society. Noah, the floor is yours. Thank you for coming.
Thank you so much, Emma. So hello, my name is Noah Brooks, and I'm here representing the Institute for Politics and Society. I would first like to say thank you for the opportunity to come speak at today's event, and I appreciate that all the efforts that have been done to quickly adjust in the light of recent events that made us move online. Now, we've all gathered here today to discuss the wide range of how governments across Europe centralized and decentralized power and authority throughout the COVID-19 pandemic. And I'm here today to bring the case of Czech Republic and how the country dealt with COVID and everything that it brings via centralization. I want to start off by outlining that Czech Republic has been a very centralized country even before COVID, where there was certain, all governmental issues are usually in the federal wing of the government, and the more tourism and cultural events and things that are important to people are more important to the population are held region to region. And so this is very when COVID-19 took place, there was a huge question in the government on what to do, and it automatically went towards centralization of a united policy to combat COVID. And so but it's very interesting because I spent half of the pandemic, I was in the US and I was making my way back to the Czech Republic, but there was, rigid with the travel bans. And so I spent half the pandemic in the US and half the pandemic in Czech Republic. And there's a window where, when Europe started to, started de-escalate in the COVID cases, and the US started to escalate in the COVID cases. And I remember reading the New York Times, and it was saying, there was a title Czech Republic, the model country on how to handle the pandemic. and I was very interested. Like, I read through it. It was like the centralization, the united policy, the willingness of the people to take part in these policies. It was great. But alas, as I made my way back to Czech Republic, and I found myself rushing home before the curfew had taken place, I remember reading, from the same New York Times, the article, Czech Republic, What Went Wrong? And I kind of wished today to go over the Czech Republic's experience with the government's centralization and the successes and failures that it has, being having such a strong centralized policy against COVID, and what the benefits and costs, and how the government's temporary seizure of power, how it ensured public interest and how it went against it. And so the first confirmed case of COVID-19 arrived in Czech Republic on the 1st of March. And, immediately the Czech Republic stopped issuing visas and banned travel from heavily impacted countries. The first ones being China and Italy. This is very much still when everything was still just like the world was in shock that, we were experiencing a pandemic. And at 12 days after this initial case, the first, in Czech Republic's history, it's quite a young country, like technically, like of course there's Czechoslovakia and there's the region of Bohemia, which, the borders are still very similar, but Czech Republic is born in the 90s since the fall of communism and then split with Czechoslovakia. It's a very new country. And this was the first nationwide state of emergency that has ever taken place in Czech Republic. So there was no pathway for the government to say, what do we do in these states of emergencies? And so the government had a tricky policy of every 30 days, they would reevaluate, are we still in an emergency, or do we need to, cease the government's seizure of power? And the first one was, on March 12th, 2020, and it was extended all the way until May 17th, 2020. And from the first declaration of emergency, the government took very harsh actions. They, closed public access, they shut down schools, they banned non-essential services, the things we saw everywhere for the most part. And one unique one was they banned the export of medicinal medicine in general within the EU, which is, quite controversial over the EU law. And there was an explicit ban on free travel of people within the Czech Republic, with the exception of to and fro work, and of course a mask mandate. And the harsh centralization of the government's power, it worked within until September or September, the Czech Republic had only experienced 25,117 cases total. And I mean, this is why, internationally, media was recognizing that they were doing something right. And so the state of emergency was announced from the Ministry of Interior, and they notified the Chamber of Deputies, which is the parliament. And while such harsh measures were in effect, the chamber had the authority to, if they had the majority vote, they could just return power, but decentralize power once more. But they saw no reason to with the majority. And of course, the plans from the state were very reactionary, because there was no legal pathway of what a state of emergency looks like. So it was every 30 days, and they were just new policies up and down. And it was quite tricky, actually, because the Czech Republic had 5 health ministers, and the current one was the first initial one of figuring out a policy. So we see this centralization, but we also see panic not only within the people, but within the government itself, which, it found itself out. And during this first era of lockdown, it worked. It just simply worked. And however, this era did end around September 1st. And up until then, we mentioned the cases, they were very low. And but there was a serious uptick of cases from this day. And the 25,000 number, we started seeing that number weekly. And Czech Republic was like, oh, we need to go back into national emergency. And the people were more hesitant this time, and it was quite controversial, the lockdown, and there were protests like, most European countries, as we see today, are having. And that the 30-day state of emergency that was initiated in October 5th, so there's about a month of where the government didn't want to go back into lockdown because that's not what the people wanted. They'd already done their time with the lockdown. And so there was the 30-day emergency started October 5th. This one would last until March 28th, 2021. And within this period was the darkest part of Czech Republic's COVID experience thus far. With an explosion of COVID like they'd never seen in the pandemic, the government implemented measures left and right to ensure public safety, but no effort seemed to be quite enough because there was just bad timing and some sort of hesitancy from the government at times with implementing these measures. At one point, there were, for example, med students were given the choice to either, start their career and help and start volunteer working at hospitals, or face a fine of about 2,000 euros. And, it was controversial policies like these where, the government was centralizing, that med students can be moved around anywhere in the country and working, but they need to be working and helping combat the pandemic. And this lockdown was way more serious than the previous ones, with a higher death rate. There was a curfew. There were, nobody was allowed outside, and a rapid change of health ministers, like I mentioned. So the people's mood from this lockdown was just absolutely dreadful. And aside from this 2-week break during the holiday season, which resulted in a huge case outburst, basically the government was centralized totally. And and there was just policies, like I mentioned, that were unthinkable outside of an emergency situation. But however, this was shaped by the hope that vaccines would come, and the centralization, as controversial as it was, it did bring vaccines quicker to Czech Republic. Although, on a side note, there was an issue with Russia. I don't know if you guys saw on the news that we were supposed to get Russian vaccines first, but then we saw this huge thing, and then Czech Republic banned their foreign ministers and vice versa, and there's a whole thing. But nonetheless, vaccines were gotten to Czech Republic due to this centralization of the power and distributed where they were needed on a need-be basis, because the government was in control of these vaccines and they weren't going to, just Prague or just different cities around the Czech Republic. And, in this vaccine and people getting vaccinated, there were people they didn't really care what was in it. They didn't really care about their human rights being violated of, pressures from the government. They just wanted their lives back. And the government was giving them vaccines that would be the end all be all of the pandemic. And starting March 5th, 2021, they delivered on this promise that would allow people to return back to normal, and if they could present their vaccination or a negative test. And then the state of emergency ended, as I mentioned earlier, and the return to normal came back. And thus, this comes to the third stage of the pandemic that Czech Republic kind of faces. And so the first one being the harshest lockdown yet. It was the most confident, and the public supported it, and everybody, the general mood was, we are going to go through this. It'll be, just the whole idea where it's like, we're going to do this right now and things will be better in the later future. And then giving up those rights of decentralized governments to the government to centralize and get this over with. And the second one being where the government was hesitant on centralizing power that harshly again. And there was a centralization as a similar vein as the first one, but it wasn't as successful. Now this third one, where the government has promised that, we're vaccinated, we can return back to normal life. But there's huge cases. And actually just yesterday, Czech Republic announced a third state of emergency. But there was they're breaking records of cases right now, and it's very curious because the way politics plays a role in this centralization of government right now, because in October there was a lower parliamentary election where the current governing party was voted out by a small percentage of like 0.7%. It was very slim figures. And now the governing party that is leaving within the next month doesn't want to instill a lockdown as they leave. Yet the incoming party, since the figures were so slim, they're not going to instill a lockdown either, due to the fact that they don't want to ruin their reputation as a new face of government. And as we're seeing in Austria right now, across Europe, like a lockdown is not very much wanted. And in particular, Czech Republic, you would see a very similar situation of lockdown. Like the population just can't do it anymore. And the government doesn't want to centralize. Like they've decentralized, they centralized, and then decentralized again. And it's just been exhausting for the government, and it's been chaos, and a stable policy wants to be given by the government as they try to pave the new way for such a young country at that. And but these cases are upticking, and like we're seeing, like I mentioned the 25,000 number, there was a day where there were 25,000 cases in a day. And so, and it's a new wave of what the Czech Republic will do of centralizing and decentralizing, because at the end of it, the centralization, as we saw from the first era, it worked for Czech Republic. And, with a united policy on how to distribute vaccinations, on how to limit people's movement, and how to generally just govern the people, it helped during the emergency situation. However, we're starting to see that, the government doesn't want to centralize again, and the people don't want to centralize again. Yet there's, hospitals starting to fill up again. So it's a very curious situation of where do we go now? But the purpose of today's forum is to discuss the benefits and the doubts of centralization. And I think Czech Republic is a very curious case in this matter, because, when the government did centralize, it was the poster child on how to, conduct policy during COVID. However, it was hesitant with its centralization, but it still did centralize, and it was very critical the government received on how they handled COVID. But I also don't want to imagine what if, freelance, there was never a lockdown, there was never a re-centralization of power during that second lockdown. It would have been so much worse than what it was. So I think that I'm afraid that in the future, though, these governments will prioritize what they promised, which is no more lockdown, and the said damages will ensue. But only time will tell with that. And so at that, I would like to thank the organizers one more time for having me and hosting this event. And I would like to hand the mic back to Emma.
Thank you, Noah. Thank you very much also to you for bringing us the experience of the Czech Republic, and especially, what you say about this chaos moving from decentralization to centralization and back and forth that create, chaos and difficulties within the country. Well, I think that we had a lot of very interesting contribution by all of us, and the day was intense. And of course, it would be much nicer to meet all together in Stockholm, and even to have a long day in via Zoom is not the same thing like having through personal and relation in Stockholm. But unfortunately, that was the best way to confirm the event and to have this debate that I think has been very rich. And I also think that, was important, your participation, because there was a mix of position intervention by not only the authors of the book, but also by other speakers that, enrich even more the debate that was, originally included into the book. So if I'm just asking everybody if there are questions about points that were raised by our speakers today or comments on the book. I don't want to abuse of my position because I think that I intervene maybe even a little bit too much. So I just leave the floor to other speakers that want to say something in case there are questions or exchanges between some of you. Ricardo, please.
I thought it was, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes, I thought it was really interesting that Magnus said that he couldn't believe that other countries, particularly the ones, member states of the European Union, will accept lockdowns so easily. And Magnus, I just want to say from Lisbon, how we Portuguese people would look at Sweden and be like, how those guys are not locking down. It's just so this dynamic is really interesting. And actually, there was that discussion you were talking about, the Denmark and the two models. We follow that very closely here in Portugal. So it's just interesting to see how culture affects so much political perspectives of this kind of decision, centralized or not centralized.
That's true. That's true. Magnus, you want to say something in reply, or other people?
Just shortly, if I could, toward that.
Yes.
I don't mean to criticize the decision of going into lockdown, because I think that, we have to make decisions to combat the pandemic, and I think the chief of our state agency for combating the pandemic has said that, okay, if we would do this all over again, we wouldn't do make the same decisions. We might pose ourselves somewhere between what we did and what, for example, Norway did. And I think that that's quite a sound way of looking at it, at least, because it's very easy to, especially for us parliamentarians, us politicians, to get stuck into the position that we did what was necessary, what we did was right, what others did was wrong. And I think it might be good to be just a little bit critical about that. And it is, but I think that a lot of Swedish public are quite impressed with the patience of most of the people in, for example, France or Portugal or other countries that have implemented lockdowns. And I think it is also, when we evaluate across Europe this pandemic, it's also interesting to see that Sweden didn't choose the lockdown path. I think that a lot of the things that has put us top of the continent in COVID deaths aren't so much the decision not to go into lockdown, but making all of our decisions 2 weeks too late. I think that that's something that really could have made a change. The speed which we tried to combat the pandemic, we were a bit too slow all through the spring of 2020. And I just want to calm you guys who are sad about not coming to Stockholm. Stockholm in November isn't really, the high point and place to be in Europe. Come back during the summer. Hopefully the pandemic will have died down a bit. And really, Sweden is pretty much all better in the summer.
Well, but we were counting on the Christmas markets. I don't know if you do have in this period?
We have a fantastically cute Christmas market, but
yeah, so we missed that.
It's pretty much just gray.
Emma, we can go listen
in Helsinki a couple of years back. We had a sign when you arrived in Helsinki saying no one in the right mind would come to Helsinki in November except you badass. So they kind of leaned into it.
Yeah. Okay. But I'm sure we will have another occasion. We will make the point to come to Stockholm for a health event. Is correct, Ricardo?
I can propose Lisbon in the winter because we have a tremendous sunny day. I can't show it, unfortunately, but we have a beautiful sunny day. And then Magnus will have spring or summer in Sweden.
Okay.
There's consensus.
Yeah, I think it's a good deal. It's a good deal. So unless there are other comments, questions, we can close on this deal. I think it was a very, very interesting and thoughtful day. So we will continue to reflect on those choice between centralization and decentralization. Again, I mean, I would like also to thank all of you that were so, patient, available to switch to this other way to have our events. It was really nice, and Gianmarco was great as usually. He's very good in really organizing everything in the perfect way. So thank you to everybody, and we will be in touch as usual for other shared projects. Bye.
Can I add one last thing, please?
Yes.
Okay. So I want to also thank everyone, just as you did. It was very unfortunate that we were not able to go to Stockholm for this event, but there will be hopefully a chance in I don't know if actually in spring or in winter, but in further next ELF initiatives, perhaps in the form of a round table. My idea is, if you want, if someone is interested, please send me your addresses. I would send you some copies of the book that we just issued on decentralization. So it would be a good idea that perhaps we can all have some time to read about it, and maybe when ELF opens new applications for roundtables or flexible formats, we can meet in person and perhaps in this forum discuss about the issue altogether, and maybe come up with also some recommendations and policy practices, and have further speakers as well. I mean, try and make it a little bit more, of course, interactive because of the in-presence. Hopefully, if COVID allows, which is no, so far, unfortunately, it was really bad that this was canceled. But thank you again also for your flexibility, and my apologies for touching base just 3 days ago, basically, but it was necessary, unfortunately, to do this. So yeah, thank you very much again. Emma, thank you for moderating and for organizing. And okay, so I wish you a lovely weekend, everyone. And for anything, feel free to write me. And whoever wants the books, please just write me your address via email, and I'd be happy to ship you some copies. Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Have a good weekend. Thank you. Bye.
Bye. Have a nice weekend. Thank you so much.
Quest'ora la bella
vodka svedese, perché non si può dire bionda, quindi dico vodka. Però birra, birra.
Quindi la situazione è terribile veramente.
Allora, la situazione è questa.
Leggicela un po'.
No, stavo solo cancellando, quando finisce una cosa cancello e via, arrivederci.
È chiuso.
No, la situazione è questa. È stato spiacevole perché la Svezia è diventata zona rossa venerdì
L'altro.
scorso, una settimana fa. ELF ha queste policy, ovviamente loro devono averne un po' di... metto là così vi guardo, se no
sì.
c'ha queste policy